Live from Manor Valley Golf Course in Export, this is the Westmoreland County Wrestling Kickoff Show on the Westmoreland Sports Network. Presented by Quest School of Wrestling in Washington, PA. Designed for the serious wrestler. By Rob Waller's All-American Wrestling Club in Latrobe, the choice of champions. By the Silvis Group in Mount Pleasant, providing the finest landscaping services in Westmoreland County. By Marino's American Eatery in Greensburg. At Marino's, we have one focus, you. By OMP Wrestling Club in Evans City and Sewickley. Champions aren't born, they're made. By Bowser Automotive. That's the power of Bowser. By Young Guns Wrestling Club. Dedicated to helping young wrestlers achieve at a higher level. By PA Power Wrestling. Your #1 source for wrestling news in Pennsylvania. By Excella Health. Excella Health wants to know, how can we help you today? By Manor Valley Golf Course in Export. Your next golf adventure awaits at Manor Valley. By Matt Factory Wrestling Club, one of the premier wrestling clubs in Western Pennsylvania today. By Dr. Scott Learn General and Cosmetic Dentistry in Latrobe, giving you the confidence to enjoy your smile. By the Rehab Center in Lower Burrell, chiropractors caring for health. By the Pennsylvania Army National Guard, are you ready to be a part of this team? By 4-3 Energy Services, the future of energy is here. And by Service Master Complete Restoration by Stiffy, your go-to call for emergency disaster restoration 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Now, the Westmoreland Sports Network takes you live to Manor Valley Golf Course. Here's Chris Smith.
Buckle up, wrestling fans. We are live from the beautiful Manor Valley Golf Club in Export, Pennsylvania for our annual Westmoreland County Wrestling Kickoff Show presented by our dear friends at Manor Valley Golf Club. Special thanks to our good friend Vinny D. Vince DiAugustine, the head coach of the Hempfield Spartans and also the owner of this establishment. If you haven't been here, come on out and check it out. You know what it is. It is a wrestling night on the Westmoreland Sports Network. Good evening, wrestling family, and thank you for joining us as we kick off our 2022-2023 wrestling series. Alongside my dudes, George Carter, Jeff Shaw, Jeffrey, Mark Kasanowitz, Marky K, or Kaz. I am Smitty, and gentlemen, I don't know about you, but I know our text thread started bright and early this morning. It was crisp, it was cold, we were excited. What time are we going to Manor Valley? We got to watch some wrestling matches, we got to watch a football game, et cetera, et cetera. George, I'll get started with you, man. Talk about today.
You know, obviously, like every season, very excited. You know, we have, there's some changes that has taken place. You know, some of the sections have gotten realigned. You know, there's some teams that went from AAA down to AA. So I'm just really excited to get talking to these coaches and kind of pick their brain a little bit and talk to some of these athletes and just kind of find out, where their mindset is going into this season. You got to love the kickoff to wrestling season. Teams were competing already this weekend. So I'm fired up for the season to get kicked off.
Uncle Jeffrey.
Yeah. Well, I have the pleasure of actually being. It's on. Oh, okay. We're on. Live. We're live. So I have the pleasure of getting a little bit early head start on you guys because I'm obviously an assistant coach for Vinny D. So we've been working for the past couple months out there, working this weekend for a wrestling tournament, as we're going to talk about as we go on throughout the day. The coaches, the athletes that will be able to go out and start off their season this weekend with the kickoff to the wrestling season. But yeah, we've been planning the kickoff show, for quite some time. I'm looking forward to it. As George mentioned, big strategy changes for a lot of the coaches this year because of the new alignments, because of the new schedules, because of the elimination of being able to have some of your rivals on board and do those matches. So you have to strategically plan your schedule so that you have the ability to have a successful season and do what's best for your team. So we're going to get into all that, and I'm looking forward to it, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to keep doing this with you, my brothers.
We love having you here, brother. And definitely one of my top questions is the strategy with these new alignments. So I can't wait to get into that with some of these coaches. Marky K, welcome to the Westmoreland County Wrestling Kickoff Show. You've been here but never been up on the set with us. Love to have you. Talk about today, brother.
Hey, I'm excited just like you guys are. You said it. You know, our text thread's been through the roof for about 2 weeks now. We're just as excited as all these coaches and wrestlers are. My big thing I'm looking forward to tonight, and you briefly mentioned it, was the season starting a week early, seeing every coach's take on, you know, should we compete that first weekend? Should we not? What's the pros and cons to it? So that's something I'm really looking forward to hearing from these coaches and seeing how the kids took it as well. So I'm excited. It's always a pleasure to be up here with you three. So let's get this started. I'm excited.
How about it, man? I am excited as well. And as everybody's mentioned, the season did get started a little earlier this year. And it created and posed some challenges for some of these teams. As you know, the high school football playoffs will wrap up next season with the state finals. However, a lot of these football teams went a little bit into the playoff season, so getting a lot of the guys off of the gridiron and then onto the wrestling mat, getting them into wrestling conditioning shape, posed a challenge. A lot of these guys, you know, they have the weight loss procedure plan. So a lot of young men and women maybe didn't get the opportunity to wrestle this weekend because of their weight loss management plan. And you're probably asking, what is the Kickoff Show? Especially maybe you new folks that have never joined us before, but we're going to take about 13, 14 minutes. We're going to have each coach, head coach, maybe an assistant coach, and 2 or 3 of their wrestlers join us up here on the set, and we're just going to have fun. We're going to have an engaging banter and conversation about, you know, quick recap on last year, talk about the highlights of this year, what they're looking forward to. Of course, ask the coaches, you know, how are they dealing with some of these changes this season? And that's really about it as far as what we're going to do. It's over a 4-hour broadcast, and as we always do at the Westmoreland Sports Network, you know, we like to have a lot of tricks up our sleeves. No, you're not going to get the enjoyment of seeing me in a singlet again this year, but we have a couple of special guests coming here this evening, so make sure you stay with us. We're super excited for all of our sponsors. We got to take a minute to thank all of our sponsors each year, year in and year out. You continue to support us and provide us the opportunity to do these broadcasts where you don't have to actually pay as some of the other broadcast firms, you know, you have to charge. So we want to thank all of our sponsors. Again, tonight's Westmoreland County Wrestling Kickoff Show brought to you by Manor Valley Golf Club. Again, special thanks to Vinny D. We also have a special guest in the house before we go to commercial break, Mr. Ken Reby at westernpasports.com. Again, that's westernpasports.com. Thanks to Mr. Ken. Go check out his website if you're looking for awesome action shots of your kids. Go to westernpasports.com. I think we're going to take it to a commercial break before we call up our Kiski area Cavaliers, Coach Heater, and one of our favorite wrestlers with the Westmoreland Sports Network. Can't wait to have her join us for our annual Westmoreland County Wrestling Kickoff Show live from Manor Valley. Keep it right here. We'll be back in a couple minutes.
Collision Shop by Jason Mignone is your one-stop shop for all things auto body repair. Our experienced technicians and state-of-the-art facilities have you covered on both passenger and heavy-duty vehicle repairs, including scratches, scrapes, and dents, free estimates, body repairs, welding, refinishing, glass replacement, and more. Our all-new alignment and calibration shop has the tooling, equipment, and staffing to ensure top-quality alignment and calibration adjustments for your vehicle. Our friendly office staff is more than happy to assist you through every step of your vehicle's repair process. Visit the Collision Shop by Jason.com for our complete list of services.
At Marino's American Eatery, we have one focus: you. Just like home, our dining room brings the whole family to the table with a truly unique menu prepared fresh, in-house. At Marino's, we know beer. With 16 beers constantly rotating on our taps, we take pride in supporting only local, independently owned craft breweries. Come experience Marino's American Eatery in Greensburg, Westmoreland County's local craft beer destination.
The Quest School of Wrestling is celebrating its 18th year of operation. Come meet Coach Jim Akerly and assistant Mason Beckman and see why Quest easily becomes family for your wrestler. The Quest School of Wrestling offers group coaching, open workouts, and private instruction to wrestlers at all levels, from elementary through high school. Call 412-352-3727 or QuestSchoolOfWrestling.com. The Quest School of Wrestling, with facilities open all year round in Washington, PA.
Back on set here at Manor Valley Golf Club as you're watching the Westmoreland County Wrestling Kickoff show. We are joined by the Kiski Area Cavaliers, longtime skipper Chris Heater, Logan Bechtold, a senior, and Bella DeVito. Welcome to the broadcast today, everybody.
Thank you, guys.
Coach, thanks for coming out. Guys, thanks for coming out. I should say guy, lady. Appreciate you coming on out. Coach, I have the burning question. Talk about some of the rearranging and new alignment with high school wrestling in Pennsylvania and the challenges that's created.
It's definitely different. We usually see a lot of our Westmoreland County teams several times throughout the season, and this year with the realignment, obviously it's kind of changed that a little bit, which that's kind of part of the tradition of what we really like. So this year with the change, when we get to the individual part of the season, we usually compete with a lot of our Westmoreland County teams, and this year we're in with Seneca Valley and North Allegheny and Pine Richland and those teams individually, so it's really kind of changed things there a little bit. Our Section 1, is a little similar as it was last year, but, there's a couple of different teams in there too that, I know like Shaler's in our section this year, which I haven't been in a tournament or a dual meet and seen Shaler in a while, and they used to have a pretty strong tradition, but, so it really has changed a lot for, the landscape of the sport this year, so, obviously we're all going to be kind of navigating our way through, those changes as the season goes on.
Coach, take a quick minute and recap last year, the postseason, how things ended up, and then move it into summer in your training program as you get prepped for this season.
We had a good run last year. We had a team that didn't have a lot of experience, and we were kind of getting experience as the season moved on. And at the beginning of the season, if somebody would have said, hey, you guys at the end are going to be in the match to go to states as a team, I would have been very excited about that. Just felt like we had a lot of work to do that, but at the end of the season, we were in that match, and we deserved to be in that match. But again, we had a lot of things to kind of work through. We got in against a very talented Connellsville group, and we needed a lot of things to kind of go right in that match, which we made every attempt to put ourselves in position in that one, and obviously fell short there. But so that put us into our off-season stuff, which we run a camp at our place. I like to do that each year in June, and it's mostly for our program. So it's our elementary, junior high, and high school age guys that we bring in, and we bring a lot of our alumni back that are wrestling in college and help work that camp. And then we started in June all the way up until the season and stuff, running some live sessions and workouts on Wednesday evenings in our room. But again, it was mostly for kids in our program and stuff. We really try to work a lot and have the opportunity for our coaches to work with. It's just nice for me as a varsity coach to be able to work in my own room with elementary kids and kids that are coming along and coming through the program. It just, the connection that gives us and stuff has been important, over the years, and I feel like that continues to be a big piece of the puzzle for us. And I mean, you guys know we're very team oriented and very tight group as far as a program and stuff. And I've only had 3 people run my elementary. I currently have a new head coach in my junior high. This is only the 3rd head coach that has been in place in the 31 years that I've been there. And at the varsity level, it's just been me and Coach Stursky as far as the head coach there. So, I mean, it's just kind of an important part of the process for us.
Sure. Well, it creates a lot of consistency within your program, and certainly the way that your program is set up and you're taking a lot of your varsity wrestlers down to see the youth. That's big time when they take a state medal and it'd be like, this could be used someday. Go ahead, George.
Hey, Coach, you talked about some of the things you've done since last year. Last season, overall record of 14-4. You had the 2 state qualifiers, and Enzo placing 5th and Stone getting out there. What type of things are you kind of preaching into your athletes now with the kickoff of the season to kind of highlight, hey, we made it to the WPO quarterfinals, and came up short against a tough team in Connellsville. But what type of things are you saying to your athletes now to kind of get them ready mentally to kind of take on, the almost like, the life of what Kiski wrestling is all about?
Our sport is very demanding, and constantly kind of reinforcing the message to our wrestlers, and taking care of yourself mentally, physically, getting rest, taking care of your body. It's a long season, and looking down the road and trying to see where will we be at the end. I mean, it's a difficult thing to do and stuff. So, I mean, in our sport, you just kind of look at what's in front of you, and you take one piece at a time, and hopefully you're growing as a team and as individuals, from match to match and tournament to tournament, and hopefully that develops us into a team that can be in a good position and that we can compete in the playoffs, and that's obviously one of our goals.
And what type of things are you doing to help keep your athletes kind of level-headed, right? I mean, coming into a program like Kiski, there's a lot of pressure, right? Every year, even going back to whenever we were wrestling, Chris and I, Kiski has been competitive. There's been, multiple athletes down at the Whippeals wrestling, multiple athletes placed in the state tournament. The team has tons of success. But what are you telling your athletes so that they don't fold under that pressure coming in with those high expectations every single year?
Well, again, when kids come into our room, off the junior high or whatever level or wherever they're kind of entering in. There's a tradition in that room, and our room. You guys have been in our room. We have a lot of pictures of teams that have made it to states. We have a lot of Westmoreland County Championship banners, section banners on the wall. Regional banners, and those are obviously very important to us, and we just kind of continually talk to them about the tradition that's been there and the expectation level. And obviously each one of our athletes, and each year you have kind of a different mix and a different group, and you just hope that they accept the tradition that's there, and they work to continue to be a part of the next group, and what can the next group do. But yeah, you try not to, the sport has a lot of pressure with it, and you try not to put any more undue pressure. These are young athletes, but you kind of stress more of the tradition and what's there, and not really like, hey, you want to be that next champion, but you can't walk in there and be like, hey, we have to be that next champion, and that puts a ton of stress on the athletes.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's move it over to the student athletes. And Bella, I have to apologize. You're one of my favorites. The sanctioned PA wrestling stickers that G and I are wearing, that was your family that got these started. And that's the push, the drive to have women's wrestling as a sanctioned Pennsylvania sport. And what is the count up to right now, Bella?
I think there's 82 teams.
82, and we need 100.
We need 100.
So, and again, I have to apologize because I had my first broadcast jitters, and I was like, oh my God, I can't remember her name, so I had to look at my screen. So I apologize for that. But talk a little bit about your approach to this season. Yesterday you competed, I guess Friday and Saturday at the Eastern Area Invitational at Gateway, and your approach to this season. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wrestled this weekend. I didn't do as well as I wanted to because I wrestled at like a higher weight. Like wrestling guys, I feel like I like to be a lower weight wrestling guys. So I'm trying to get down to a lower weight.
Certainly it's tough, and I've had the opportunity to call a lot of your matches with Stand Your Ground and PA Power and different kind of cards. And I guess I have to ask, you go out there and you beat the tar out of some of these women, and then you get out there with the men. How do you keep yourself level in your head? Like, are you able to tell yourself that I'm wrestling against the guy, it's okay?
Yeah, I feel like wrestling against guys, it's tougher. But like whenever I'm wrestling girls, I just like...
It's like an even field.
Yeah.
Right on. Let's move it over to Logan. Logan, another senior, undecided on where you're going. Bella also undecided yet. Logan, talk about your approach to this season.
Well, I just want to work hard. I gotta get down to the right weight class, and I just gotta keep that grind going. Gotta get into as many extra practices as I can, and just keep straightforward, tunnel vision.
So Logan, 27-11 last year, second in the section. What's it going to take for you this year to, essentially get over that hump, get down to the WPIALs and get yourself into Hershey?
Just going back on getting extra practices. Got to wake up early, stay in shape throughout the whole season, eat right. Got to make the right decisions throughout the whole year.
So for both athletes, both go into your senior year, what are either events or matchups that you're kind of looking forward to this year?
I really don't look at the matchups. It's just go out there, do my thing, wrestle with my style, and there's a matchup I really want is just having that opportunity to go to team states and individual states. Those are the things that I love seeing, and I just feel like it's great for everyone.
Any matchups or events you're looking forward to this year?
Not really. I'm just excited to wrestle in girls tournaments and wrestle girls.
Well, we love the Sanctioned PA stickers right here. I don't know how you can get one. Can people go online?
Probably online, yeah.
Go online and get yourself a Sanctioned PA for women's wrestling. And that's going to do it with the Kiski Area Cavaliers. Thanks to Coach Heater, Logan, and Bella for joining us. Coming up next, we'll have those Penn Trafford Warriors right here on the Westmoreland Sports Network. Keep it here.
Your next golf adventure awaits at Manor Valley Golf Course in Export. Manor Valley offers 18 scenic holes over gentle sloping fairways and the purest putting surfaces around. Manor Valley Golf Course in Export is the perfect place to host your next golf outing, banquet party, or shower. Manor Valley also offers league play and great membership rates. Tee times available. Call 724-744-4242. Visit ManorValleyGC.com.
If your home, office, or rental property sustains water or fire damage, ServiceMaster Complete Restoration by Stiffy is your go-to call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The Stiffy family's been serving the greater Pittsburgh area for over 32 years. ServiceMaster Complete Restoration by Stiffy features friendly, licensed professionals that are here to deliver peace of mind with a fast response, expert service, and guaranteed satisfaction. Contact ServiceMaster by Stiffy today at 724-834-8889 or ServiceMasterByStiffy.com.
We are back here on the Westmoreland Sports Network playing a little bit of musical chairs with first-year head coach Travis McKillop. He's joined with Owen Ott and Hayden Quinn. I have Marky K up here on the set with me. Coach, first term, Got the head skipper job. Talk a little bit about that.
I'm excited about it, man. I was helping out the assistant the last 2 years. AJ was kind of had other life things, had his 5th kid, and it was just too much. And he was like, hey, the reins are yours. So went through the steps. We got a good preseason in. Got a good group of kids. I'm excited, man. I'm excited.
Good. Well, shout out to the Brentzel bunch, not the Brady bunch. Talk about the realignment and, your approach to this season and the off-season training and early on in the fall here.
Not much has changed, man. You know what I mean? The standard is still the same. I have the same expectations I did when I was the assistant. You know what I mean? Hard work, dedication. Nothing's changed. You know what I mean? And the kids, like I said, I've been with these kids pretty much our whole high school career so far, and they set the standards for the team. So not much has changed. Kind of fell into my schedule. Didn't get to pick it myself, but we actually wrestled yesterday. Mm-hmm. Had a heck of a tournament. I'm real proud of the guys. We ended up taking third as a team. Hayden actually won OW, 127.
All right.
And Owen was a champ at 215. So, yeah, it was a good start to my head coaching career, I guess,
Sure. Go ahead, Marky.
First of all, congratulations on being named the head coach. Travis and I have been good buddies for about 20 years. And it's nice to see your wrestling career. Now you're a head coach, so I'm happy for you in that aspect. Congrats to both of you on your titles. How important is it for both of you guys to start the season off on a high note like it is? Obviously, you never want to lose a match, but to win your opening tournament, that's a great way to start off your seasons.
Yeah, it's a great way to start. I mean, I think that it's just a good way to start. Just keep working hard. It's first tournament of the year. I mean, a lot harder to come, so just keep working, just keep climbing the ladder.
What was your celebratory meal last night after winning OW?
We had wings. I was at a hockey game.
Yeah,
I went to the Penguins and Blues game.
So you win the OW and you go to the Pens game and get wings.
It was a good celebration.
I'll tell you what, I like them already. Got to get you on that Mississippi mud.
Oh, yeah, of course.
You eat too many wings. That's why I said you're going to be wrestling 52 next weekend.
Maybe. Hopefully not.
Oh, and talk about your performance.
It was pretty fun. There was not too many matches, but I went through every match pretty quickly. Just got to keep working on my feet. That was the main thing that I thought about the whole time. Otherwise, I had a lot of fun going through it.
And I think that's the most important factor in not just wrestling, but every sport, but making sure that you're having fun while you're out there doing it. Everybody knows that wrestling is a true grind. There are times it can be absolutely miserable. It's tough. It's hard work, the dedication, the perseverance, the dieting. Talk about how you deal with that mentally. We'll start with Hayden. Go ahead.
Yeah, just have a great diet. I mean, at first I was a little heavy at first, but as soon as I got down, first weight cut's always the hardest, but now it should just be maintaining now just.
I'm sure your weight will be just fine after eating 2 dozen wings last night, too. Oh, and go ahead and talk about how you keep yourself level through all the grind.
A lot of it was just kind of finding the fun in everything. Keeping my head straight was just looking for the positive sides of things. It's pretty cliche, but it's something that helps a lot. If you find the good, just keep going.
Now, what are the expectations you two have, individually and as a team, Owen?
As a team, I hope we keep going further, keep growing as a team. It's a family that we have to keep working with each other. Just keep positive, keep moving, keep training together, and eventually we'll get there. As for myself, though, I want to place at states. I want to win, actually, but I got to keep practicing, keep at it. And this year is my time to shine. Didn't do as well the past couple of years, but I'm starting to make my name for myself.
Yeah, I'm just hoping to make it out of the Whitfield, get on the podium this year. Fell short the past 2 years, so hoping to do that for sure. As a team, we started off good this season, so hopefully we can just keep rolling, being good kids. So.
Yeah, it's always a positive to come out of the gate and finish strong in a tournament. Owen, you're a senior. Any plans? What are you doing next year? Have you selected a college?
I've been talking to a couple colleges. It's Duke down in North Carolina or Pitt.
He's pretty smart.
Way smarter than any of us up here.
Go ahead.
And too intelligent, actually.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. We had to throw that in. We like to have fun up here, by the way.
Yeah. It's been a pretty tough, but it's either going there or to UPJ, but it comes down to the simple fact of money. But we'll see what happens.
So you're taking that UPJ pipeline from Burrell.
That's it. I'm keeping
and moving it to PT. I see what you're doing.
I'm the line down.
I see what you're doing. What do you want to study?
Electrical engineering. I've been focusing a lot of my aspects
He's
on
smart.
that.
He's real smart. Good for you. What's your favorite class?
Right now, I think it's my automation and engineering class.
Yeah, I don't even know what that is.
Yeah,
it sounds
they don't
pretty
offer that at most high schools. So.
yeah, that's like college level stuff right there. Your free time, what do you like to do, Owen?
On my free time, I like getting in the gym a lot, lift. I used to wrestle 120 my freshman year, so I had to hit the gym at least once.
You wrestled 120 your freshman year?
I wrestled 132. I bumped myself up. I needed to fill a weight class for the team.
Oh, you made the sacrifice. Good team player right there. Hayden, talk a little bit about the same questions that I just asked Owen. Do you remember what they were?
Yeah, honestly, I've just been focusing on this year. I mean, I've been to a couple camps, like UPJ camps, so those have been good, but I'm just focusing on this year, just trying what I could do.
What do you want to do?
Get on the podium this year.
Academically, for your life, what do you want to do?
I like accounting, actually.
That's another smart guy. Too many
not
numbers.
the, not the smartest, but I like the numbers. I think I'm best with it. So.
What do you like to do in your free time?
I like the golf here, actually. I've golfed here many times, actually.
Are you good?
All right. I mean, not the best, but I've gotten better.
You have fun doing it, right?
That is true. I like to fish, too, so it depends on the day.
Guys, I'd like to ask you one more question, and then I'll pass the last one off to Marky. Talk about having a new head coach. Obviously, he's been in the room as an assistant coach in the past, but now Travis is your head coach. Any kind of change there with the culture?
I mean, I think it's still sort of the same. I mean, we still have the same energy in the room, and he's still a great coach, just always there for us, putting the hardest work in the room as possible. So.
The intensity, I feel like, has picked up a little bit, and his demeanor around the coach himself has changed a little bit, become more serious. Yeah, that's pretty big for him.
Does Coach still get down on the mat?
Yeah, he has. I know for a fact that he has.
I coached against him. He was miserable to try to figure out as a coach. Like, I can't figure him out. I mean, just don't get pinned is what I told my kid. Don't get pinned. Go ahead, Marky.
So I was fortunate enough to be able to come up to one of your practices, and the one thing I took from that was the intensity you guys had from 6 till 8. It never stopped at that. Is that every day that you guys are at that pace every single day, or did I just catch Coach McKillop on a bad day that day? Because you guys were going at it, and I was impressed.
I mean, a lot of days are like that. I mean, before tournaments, we will have, like, off days. I mean, just little drills. But, yeah, a lot of the times it's hard going.
About 90% of practices are like that.
So we just didn't catch him on a bad day. That's the normal workout right there. That's what I like to see.
Probably.
The other 10% are the hard days.
He's already got the shot voice box. You can hear it. He sounds like Coach Waller over here.
Yeah, I sound like Steve-O or something. That's it. My fiance was like
Steve-O.
smoking a pack of cigarettes.
Oh, he's got to have the mic.
I have the mic. No, that's when I went home. My fiance was like, "You sound like Steve-O, or like you smoked a pack of cigarettes." I was like, I was hurt. It's funny you say that. Yesterday, I was like, man, I've been so busy getting them in shape and getting them ready for the season. I didn't train my voice or my head. I had a headache 40 minutes into the tournament on Friday night.
Isn't it awful? And like, you can taste the blood in your throat because I'm pretty sure you like puncture your voice box or something happens. Yeah, it's
I was
tough.
struggling. Yeah, I literally went down. I was like, text your mom. I need Advil bad.
So talk about your schedule. What's coming up? What are you excited for?
You know what? We got a lot of dual meet tournaments. Next weekend we're headed to Trinity. It should be tough. I think we'll get in like 5 matches, and then the following we're headed to Kiski. Following weekend before Powerade. So I'm pretty excited. Like I said, I didn't pick the schedule this year, but I think it's fitting for our team, and I'm excited for what's coming up before Powerade.
Well, we're certainly excited to be Matt's side and call some of the Penn Trafford Warrior matches. Again, that is first-year head coach Travis McKillop, Owen Ott, and Hayden Coy, and they are the Penn Trafford Warriors. Coming up next, it's those Franklin Regional Panthers and our dear good friend Matt Leby. We'll be right back on the Westmoreland Sports Network. You're tuned in to the Westmoreland County Wrestling Kickoff Show.
Hi, Westmoreland sports fans. This is Al Gallardo, financial advisor with Lincoln Investment and longtime Westmoreland County resident. Whether it's a traditional or Roth IRA, 403B or 457 plan, mutual funds, ETFs, stocks, or bonds, I can help you navigate the markets and assist you in achieving all of your goals. Call me at 724-309-8337 or email me at agallardo@lincolninvestment.com and we'll get started together. Good luck to all of the area's athletes and coaches this season.
Have you or someone you know committed to play a sport at the next level? Let us know by emailing info@westmorelandsports.com so we can add you to our WSN College Commitment page. Our unique page features a list of current Westmoreland County student athletes that have made a verbal or written commitment to play a sport in college. No matter what sport at what level, our College Commitment page has you covered. Check it out next time you visit westmorelandsports.com.
I've been young as a long time. I've been within the room with some really good guys in college now, and I'm excited to see them come back and help in some of the camps we're going to be going to.
I've been going to these camps my whole life. I've jumped levels. The stuff I learned there I use every single day.
We just got him yesterday.
Welcome back to the Westmoreland Sports Network. Our good friends, the Franklin Regional Panthers, led by head coach Matt Levy. He's joined with Tyler Capusta and Juliana Marion. Guys, welcome to the Westmoreland County Wrestling Kickoff Show. We love covering the Panthers. We have great conversations. Oliverio, our time manager, we've got to wrap it up, guys. Coach, talk about your approach to this season. Kick it off.
Hey, thanks again for having us on. We always look forward to this time of the year. It's a vet. We're excited for the year. It's like anything. It takes on a new season. We got these two guys here that are leaders for our team with a couple other of our seniors. And, we're looking forward to it. Each new season takes on a new journey of itself, and excited to get started with these guys by our side.
And speaking of these two young men, give us a quick recap on last season as both of these two young men shined.
Yes. Last year we had success as a team overall, but really at the end of the year, these guys had a great ending to their year by taking 4th in the state and 6th in the state. And, their approach all offseason and through this preseason, start of the year, you can tell they're being leaders and looking to improve upon that and hopefully, work their way up on the state podium.
Coach, talking about improving upon, what your athletes were able to accomplish last year. So, that you're 10-3 as a team, undefeated, I believe, in your subsection. What's it going to take to kind of finish, a little bit stronger than that this year? I mean, especially when you have two state place winners coming back in your lineup.
I think just improving every day. That's kind of what we try to do. We're going to have a lot of new faces in the lineup. We got a lot of returners in the lineup, but overall, it's going to take all 18 guys on the team to get better each day. And, you just never know where the season's going to go the whole way through. So I think working hard in the room every day, as these guys have been doing, and getting better every day, I think we'll have a great shot to have success as the year goes on.
And making that decision not to wrestle this weekend, the official kickoff to the season, you guys wrestle in the Shar Valley duels coming up. What's your approach? What are you what are you kind of speaking into your athletes leading into this duel?
Yeah, we kind of went with approach. It was great they moved the season up, but we didn't get any more points. So, I felt we weren't ready to compete this opening weekend. So I'm glad that we didn't, and that I think we have a really tough start to the season. After next weekend's duels, we go King of the Mountain, Power 8 counties, and then we're going to a tournament at IUP with over 50 teams up there. So we're going to look to use this weekend to hopefully have some team success, but more importantly, kind of give us a fun team atmosphere before we get into individual tournaments for 4 straight weekends.
Awesome, Coach. Thank you. Let's move it over to the young men there. Guys, you turned on the gas at the end of last season. You were having those seasons, and it all comes down to training, peaking at the right time. Talk about that ending to your seasons. Go ahead, Ty.
I think we did a really good job. Like our coaches, we did a bunch of morning workouts towards the end of the year last year. And I think mentally and physically that helped us really just peak and make sure we were feeling ourselves at the end of the season. I feel like, I know for me at least, I knew I was doing everything I needed or could do and getting all those extra workouts, and that helped me mentally wrestle better.
Go ahead.
Yeah, our coaches are a big part of it also. They definitely helped us during practice to make sure we're peaking and getting those after practice, like young guns, getting to young guns, morning workouts, just staying focused and make sure we're doing the right things.
Yeah, I mean, both of you guys set the bar high for yourself. Returning state place winners, your approach to this season, despite all the realignment and the season starting earlier, tell us how you approach this season to try to finish higher on that PIAA podium.
Yeah, well, my goals last year were, to be honest with myself, I set them pretty low. But as I went further into the season, I realized I had a lot more potential in me. So then once I reached the end of the season and I was up on that podium, my goals jumped a lot. And this year I'm aiming to win a state title, maybe get on that Powerade podium as well.
Yeah, I know for me, especially like Powerade's a big one. I feel like, we both lost in a blood round last year, so, and I didn't wrestle great. I got beat up a couple times, so that's a good tournament. Bunch of kids from around the country. I think that's somewhere I really want to have success. And like, now that I wrestled good last year, I know I can compete with pretty much anyone. So I'm excited to wrestle a lot of good kids and have I know a lot of kids I'm going to be wrestling multiple times this year. So I'll have multiple cracks at good kids throughout the season.
So, and you both are coming into your junior year. I know I could honestly say covering Franklin's matches, seeing you guys compete as freshmen and then into your sophomore years, I saw the improvements, right? Obviously Kapusta, you're getting bigger. I feel like you're starting to fill out a little bit. And, both having 30-plus wins last year. And I know, you said Powerade, you said the getting on the podium. But what are just kind of like the daily goals, right? Like what type of things are you guys doing daily in and out of the mat room to kind of set yourself up for success this year?
Personally, I've been working a lot on my top work. I feel like I can ride a lot of people out, and I have a good ride, but my breakdown's not always great. I'm not very committed to it. So, say I'm wrestling a kid in a 1-0 match, I'll let it come up to my feet and give them an escape. So I've been working on being a lot stronger in that position and working on just, a good, grind and just being, tough in all positions.
Out of the room, definitely focusing a lot more on school and making sure my body's healthy, so getting to sleep early, eating the right things. And then in the room, trying my best to work on my conditioning. That's the most important thing at the beginning of the season, making sure you're ready once you get to the bigger matches towards the end of the year.
And I know, a lot of athletes, you really don't like to look past, that match that's coming up next, but are there any matchups that you guys are maybe just chomping at the bit and you're looking forward and you're hoping that it happens this year?
I'm not.
Perhaps an event, one of the tournaments that you go to. What are you looking forward to?
I think King of the Mountain is one I'm really excited before. I know there will be a couple tough kids that I'd like to beat, like to knock off. And as being a runner-up last year, I'd like to take home the title this year. So.
I'm not I'm not going to call anyone out. I'll wrestle Luke Willishell 4 or 5 times this year. So he beat me last year. He placed
Well, what you don't know is we brought in a wrestling mat, and we're going to put it out on the 18th green, and we're going to have a little show for everybody out here.
Yeah, I'm excited. He's obviously really good. I wrestled him. He beat me up at Virginia Beach a little bit, beat me in the county finals last year, and we'll wrestle a lot this year. We're in the same section now, so I'm excited to wrestle him a couple times.
Guys, talk about yourself outside of wrestling. What do you like to do?
We spend a lot of time together. I would say we're best buds. We play a little bit of pool in our free time. He golfs a lot. I sometimes join him, although it's a little cold out right now, so we can't do much of that. And
Do you play here?
I've never played here. No, I'm sure he has. I do like my fair share of video games. Play a lot of them.
Ty, how about you?
We fish a lot together, but I'd say I was on the golf team over for the fall, and me, my dad and his friends in our neighborhood, we always golf together. So I'd say golf is something I really, really do outside of wrestling.
What is it like sharing a neighborhood with the Flickingers?
It's amazing.
It is. Oh, it's amazing. All right. That's a shout out to our producer and president of the Westmoreland Sports Network, Dan Flickinger. And is
my favorite wrestler.
We were at my mom's house for the day, but my dad is a hot tub, so we came over and we're like, we're just going to stop over. And he's sitting by the fire just talking to like my dad and all his friends, and we're just chilling. I was like, that's a good surprise, I guess.
using all that wrestling terminology, huh, Flick?
Yeah.
Coach, talk about the chemistry with this year's team. You've been a part of a lot of successful teams, not only as a wrestler, but now that you're coaching, and specifically at Franklin Regional. Talk about the chemistry and the environment in the room this year.
Yeah, I think our culture is great. I think led by these guys, our leaders, and like I said, we have great other seniors that are on the team and upperclassmen. So as you can hear in both of these guys, it's kind of always fun to watch them become freshmen, kind of, growing from a middle schooler to a young man that these guys are. You can see the maturity in them, and that's kind of what they bring into the practice every day with, like I said, we do have a strong senior class as well that's been around the program. To me, I think just their character is really, really strong. I feel like, we make good decisions as a program led by, again, all the guys on the team. So that's what we're excited about. We had a big fundraiser yesterday. The guys went out in the community and did some things. So it's a tight group. It's, like I said, they get along well and they work hard on a daily basis. We try to make some fun during practice and things of that nature. Took advantage of the World Cup going on, had a shootout. I think Ty hit the winning penalty kick yesterday. It was like 8-8. And he claims he has ice in his veins. So we like that approach from him.
So if you had to pick, who's the jokester in the mat room?
Ty, he has a little bit of Finn Solomon was unbelievable at it. He could wrestle and hear the coaches talking and chime in, but he would still be working hard. So he's kind of taking on a little bit of that where he can talk but be still working really hard. So it's good. They're both
That's
fun.
awesome. It's so awesome to hear when these teams, they have that camaraderie and those relationships. It's a brotherhood. I mean, you're talking to two best friends right here that hang out, not just in the mat room. Obviously, I don't think you two work out too much together with the size difference, but I'm sure you can shadow wrestle with them. That is the Franklin Regional Panthers. Thanks to Matt, Tyler, and Julian for joining us once again. Guys, good luck this year. When we return on the Westmoreland Sports Network, we'll have the Ligonier Valley Rams right here on the Westmoreland Sports Network. Keep it here.
We know speaking with your teen or your young adult about drugs and alcohol can be challenging, but is necessary. Remember to have a conversation, not a confrontation. Establish good communications, break through barriers, and be firm but loving. Here are some helpful tips. Choose a good place and time to chat. Talk with openness. Actively listen. Offer empathy and support. For more information, visit us online at wedacinc.org. Westmoreland Drug and Alcohol Commission. Prevention is key.
Now is the time to save at Sendell Subaru in Greensburg. We've got inventory on the lot and more on the way. Forester, Outback, Ascent, Legacy, and more. Get a great deal on a new 2022 Subaru. Check out SendellSubaru.com today. Looking to turn your current vehicle into cash? Sendell pays top dollar. Get your best deal at Sendell Subaru, Route 30 Greensburg, SendellSubaru.com. We would love to meet you.
What keeps me coming back to Comrades is I know I'm going to get a good haircut every time I go there. And I know the people are going to be cool there, the vibe's going to be cool, and it's just going to be an overall good experience.
Consistency in haircuts, great atmosphere, everybody's friendly. It's like cheers, everybody knows your name, and it's always a good time.
I always walk in and I'm like, I wonder what the vibe's going to be today. And I'm never disappointed.
The OMP system is designed to help enhance wrestling skills for athletes all over Western Pennsylvania and Eastern Ohio. Our techniques teach wrestlers to develop muscle memory in a wide range of areas in order to connect multiple skills together from moderate to advanced. We strive not only to develop better wrestlers, but also better students and teammates with life lessons that will outlast their days on the mat. Above all, it is our passion that sets OMP apart from the other clubs. For more, check us out at ompwrestlingclub.com.
The Westmoreland Sports Network is available on social media. Follow us on Twitter and Instagram, and like our page on Facebook for the latest Westmoreland County sports news, WSN broadcast links, scores, game stories, videos, pictures, and much, much more. Also be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel for archived interviews and broadcast highlights. The Westmoreland Sports Network is available whenever and however you want it.
Back here at Manor Valley Golf Club, joining me for this interview will be Marky K, and we are joined by first-year head coach Christian Fawcett of the Ligonier Valley Rams, Jesse Turner, and Abe Mulheron. Coach, I've been burning to ask you, tell us about how you landed at Ligonier Valley as the head wrestling coach.
Yeah, thank you so much. My family and I, we lived in Pittsburgh for the last 6 years. I grew up in Clarion, Pennsylvania, wrestled at Clarion High School, Clarion University, and then ended up transferring to Slippery Rock, where I graduated from. And then we moved to Nashville, Tennessee for 10 years. 6 years ago, moved back to the Pittsburgh area, sold our house in Pittsburgh and wanted to go on an adventure, and kind of almost like closing your eyes, throwing a dart at the map, we landed in Ligonier. And one of the first guys I met when I moved to Ligonier was Tom Brown. I stopped in to ask about firewood, and he comes running over, and we chatted for about 5 or 6 minutes and immediately shared the love of wrestling, and had mentioned about his oldest son graduating and him wanting to get out of the sport. So that's kind of how everything got started.
It's awesome how small the world is. I got to ask about Nashville. Did you go honky-tonkin'?
I wasn't a honky-tonker, no. We lived in a town called Murfreesboro. It was about 15 miles south of Nashville, but beautiful, absolutely beautiful territory there.
Awesome. And now your family, do you have a number of kids? I thought I saw a picture.
Yeah, I have 6. My wife and I have 6 kids.
So we have the Fawcett bunch
girls.
too
That's
now.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
6 kids. And what do you do when you're not in the wrestling room?
I'm at home. We homeschool our kids. So my wife has stayed at home for the last 15 years. We've homeschooled for the last 12 years. So yeah, when I'm not there, I do construction. I work construction. I build tables, dining room tables, coffee tables, things like that. So yeah.
Awesome. Good stuff. Yeah. Go ahead, Marky.
Awesome. So this is year 3 in the WPIL, officially for Ligonier Valley with the wrestling. You've seen the competition at the Westmoreland County tournament. How was that transition into the WPIL? For you guys experienced it. Any differences that you noticed from wrestling in District 6 where you were, now coming into District 7? And have you been acclimated to that yet?
Yeah, I mean, District 7 is definitely really tough competition. District 6 is always tough, but 7, there's always, every weight class, there's always like 3 or 4 powerhouses, and then everyone else is pretty solid too, so.
It's just solid competition. It's nothing, it's better than what we were in, so nothing more than that, just wrestling.
Talk about your off season last year. You guys actually start with a quick recap on last season, and then your summer training as you move into this year's season.
Last season didn't end how I wanted it to. I went 1-2 at the sections tournament. Wasn't very good. Trained a lot this summer. I've lifted well, and I have been in the wrestling room a good bit. And plan to have a good season this year for sure. I'm significantly better than last year, and I'm ready for some good competition. So.
Actually, my season ended early last year. I had a knee injury, and then I was actually a failed surgery earlier in January, and I had another ACL surgery here recently. So I've just been rehabbing, trying to do everything I can to get back on the mat later this season. So.
Do either of you participate in other sports?
I box.
You box?
Box.
So Ligonier Valley now has a boxing program, huh?
It's outside of Ligonier Valley, but yeah. Outside of Ligonier Valley, but yeah.
Awesome. It's very similar to wrestling as far as the training goes and things like that.
Yeah.
Well, just don't punch anybody out on the mat this year. Abe, how about you? Any other sports?
No, I've just been wrestling year-round, training, trying to get better. I do a lot of pickup sports, soccer, basketball here and there, but my focus is on wrestling for sports.
Coach, you're jumping right into this, your first year. Talk about the environment that you're taking over and the culture that you're trying to perpetuate as you move forward.
Yeah, nothing but good things so far from what I've seen. I've got to know Coach Tom quite a bit in the year that we've been here, and just speaking with him, spending some time with him, he's built a solid program. I was hesitant about coming to a brand new area, brand new school, brand new face, but the first 2 weeks that we had of volunteer practices before the season start were phenomenal. The guys that showed up, they showed up to work. It has been a very, very easy transition for me. We have a very diverse team this year. I actually have 4 guys on my varsity team that have never stepped foot on a mat before. I have 6 freshmen. So we have a very, very young team. I have a couple older guys, a couple seniors. So this year will be a tough year, especially for my new guys that are in there. But if they stick it out and stay strong, we should have the next 2 to 3 years a very solid team coming up. So. And I look at the middle school too. Our middle school has 16 guys on it, which has been higher than it's been in years. And again, our youth program, my youngest son wrestles in the JO program. They're 45 to 50 kids in that cafeteria, every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday night. So when I was talking to the AD about it and getting hired and the process and things, I had told him, and this is just my opinion, I said the most important coach you're going to hire is that JO coach, the youth program, because I wrestled for Clarion, so we were District 9, so Brookville High School, Ridgeway High School were always the powerhouses when I wrestled, and it was the same thing. You walked into their youth programs, there's 50 or 60 kids running around, having fun, playing dodgeball, and falling in love with the sport at an early age. And by the time they get to the middle school, high school level, they're hooked, and then you have that future for 15 years of nothing but a solid program coming up. So.
Now, what's your schedule look like moving forward? Did you guys compete this weekend?
We did not. We actually open up with Burl this coming weekend on Wednesday night is our first home match, and then we go right into the Hampton Duels. And we have, I think, four home matches, 4 away matches. We're going to do the Westmoreland County tournament again, and then I can't remember. Do you guys remember the other tournament that we're doing? The Thomas Jefferson, yeah. That's at Mount Aloysius. Mount Aloysius as well, yeah. So, again, I'm brand new to this area, so when I was in high school, we wrestled. I knew names from Derry and Latrobe and, some of these schools that are close to us, but, I don't know much about our competition yet and things like that, so.
Now, do you think that's an advantage for you? You're not going to look too far
into
things, and people also don't know much about you either. I mean,
that's right. Yeah, and that's good for me because I'm I try to be a planner at times, and so yeah, it's good for me to look at a schedule and really not know who anybody is. So it plays an advantage that way, sure.
Was your family already established through the Legionnaire days? Did you get to learn about how chaotic the small Legionnaire town
and unfortunately, everyone that I talked to said, get your family out of town for the Legionnaire days. But we actually live in a space where we could walk into town, so it wasn't bad. So we walked into town a couple times and hung out, but yeah, it was good.
Nice. Guys, talk about what you like to do outside of wrestling. What's your favorite school subject? What do you want to do after school? What are your hobbies?
My favorite subject's probably math. Like math. Hobbies outside of wrestling, I hunt a lot, I go fishing sometimes, and then just a lot of pickup sports, anything I can do for fun, but wrestling's mainly it. So
I like it. He eats, breathes, and sleeps wrestling. Jesse, go ahead.
As far as hobbies go, I like to lift and run. That's pretty much it, and I like to volunteer, do whatever I can to help other people, and my favorite subject is probably journalism, English, that type of thing. So,
what do you want to do when you graduate?
I want to be a professional firefighter, believe it or not.
Professional fire what?
Yeah, firefighter, yeah.
Really? Where at?
Wherever life takes me.
Are you a volunteer now?
Yeah.
Through the youth programs that they have?
Yeah.
Really? How long have you been doing that?
A couple months.
Really? That is awesome. And you just mentioned volunteering, and it's service above self in my family and my life. Talk about some of the service projects that you do.
I help the food bank pretty often and do whatever I can. Through VYN show, I've done a couple things there. Nothing too dramatic, though.
Everybody thinks we're Neanderthals. We're not. You just warmed my heart with that. Man, that is really good. You try to bring that to the wrestling room and get the team to get the team together and go do a volunteer activity?
We haven't yet, but now that you mention it, I might. It's definitely a good idea.
Awesome, good stuff, guys. Marky, go ahead. I'm sure you have one.
No, that was great to hear the volunteer work. Hey, you ever need any volunteer work? I'd love to help out in any way I can. I'm sure everyone at Westmoreland would love to do their part as well for any type of cause you have. So, credit to you for doing that, and hopefully your teammates follow you on that.
Abe, what do you want to do after high school?
I'm not totally sure yet. I worked this last summer on it was like a contracting company, so we put some additions on houses, redid some bathrooms and kitchens. That was fun, so I might head down that path. I'm not totally sure yet, though.
Awesome. Well, hey, best of luck to you this season. We'll look forward to being Matt's side, calling some of your matches, guys. All that hard work's going to pay off, and having a good soul like both of you do will definitely pay off later in life. You've got a great head skipper here in Christian Fawcett, first-year head coach, Ligonier Valley Rams, joined by Jesse Turner and Abe Mulheron. When we return, we'll have them Burl Bucks, the boys in baby blue, and they know how to turn it on in March. We'll be right back on the Westmoreland Sports Network. Keep it here.
Smale Kia doesn't have time in this 30-second commercial to read all the great reviews about the all-new 2022 Kia Forte. Here's some of the highlights. Right now, get special low 1.9% APR for up to 60 months on the highly acclaimed 2022 Kia Forte. Shop our inventory or reserve your new Kia. 24/7 online at smalekia.com or Route 30 East Greensburg.
Choosing an early childhood development program is a big decision, and Seton Hill University is here to help. At Seton Hill's Child Development Center, your 3, 4, or 5-year-old will have fun while developing social skills, self-confidence, and creating a foundation for learning. Here, we foster a mastery of life skills that will prepare your child for success in any endeavor. Learn more about the Seton Hill University Child Development Center by visiting setonhill.edu/childdevelopment.
The Quest School of Wrestling is celebrating its 18th year of operation. Come meet Coach Jim Akerly and assistant Mason Beckman and see why Quest easily becomes family for your wrestler. The Quest School of Wrestling offers group coaching, open workouts, and private instruction to wrestlers at all levels, from elementary through high school. Call 412-352-3727 or QuestSchoolOfWrestling.com. The Quest School of Wrestling, with facilities open all year round in Washington, PA.
That's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Coach, building a championship team, I know for you, it's all about the details. The same goes with the Bowsers.
No doubt about it. I mean, it's the tiny little details every single day, not forgetting about it the next day and maybe doing it the following day. I mean, I think details are everything.
As Coach says, get your eyes right on the power of Bowser.
The Bowser family is proud to have Coach Narduzzi as part of our team.
Back here on the Westmoreland Sports Network, as promised, joining us is the Burl Bucks head coach Josh Shields, also joined by Nico Farah and Cooper Hornack. Burl Bucks, welcome to the Kickoff show. As always, high expectations over there in Burl. Coach, get it started with a quick recap of last year's season, your off-season training, and the beginning of this season.
Yeah, certainly. So, definitely eager to get on the mat this year and start competing. Like I said, every year we have a high goal of placing in the state and winning a WPIAL title. We fell a bit short of our goal last year, but throughout the year our team made a lot of progress. We entered the year with one wrestler with state tournament experience. We ended up qualifying 5 guys to the end of the season. So like I said, really had a sort of built momentum throughout the year, made a bunch of progress. Fell a little short of our team goals, but like I said, ended the year strong, and we really got a good group of guys committed in the off season. Like I said, numbers have been high throughout the summer, throughout the fall, and yeah, we're looking forward to our first match on Wednesday.
Coach, last year 12-7 on the year as a team, Team WPIAL runner-ups last year. Those Burl Bucks, always gritty wrestlers, and team-wise always consistent. Right at the end of the year, Burl's always going to be hanging around, vying for a section or WPIAL title and wrestling down Hershey. What's the mantra this year in the mat room? What have you been preaching, to your guys, to starting to get them ready mentally for those high expectations?
Yeah, like I said, definitely, like I said, fell short of the goal last year. And the guys that are returning, they don't forget that. And that's definitely some, added motivation. But like I said earlier, our goal has always remained the same, right? So it will be a little different coming in this year as not returning. It hasn't been done since 2007. But I'm looking forward to competing. We're looking forward to getting back to the Whippeal tournament, hopefully getting back on the top.
Sure, Coach. Any challenges been created with the realignment over at Burrell?
No, like I said, I think it's good. Always when you get new teams, I was talking to the Greensburg-Salem coach before this, and I think it's the first time Greensburg-Salem and Burrell have ever wrestled in a dual meet, as far as I can remember, and in his history as well. So it's always good when you see some new teams in the section, the realignment, so some new competition. So yeah, like I said, really looking forward to the section tournament. We have a tough section this year. I have a match versus Kiski in 2 weeks, so that'll be a good, really early season test for us, and then, like I said, right into our tough individual portion.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but that is the matchup against Kiski. Is that normally? I feel like it's normally later in the season. Is this one of the first years where it's happening a little bit earlier?
Yeah, historically it's always after the new year, right? But just with how scheduling goes, when we could get it at Kiski Gym was in December, so it's a little different. But like I said, also add some excitement to the room and our guys and our preparation, knowing that, like I said, in 2 short weeks, we're gonna have a crosstown rival in Kiski, so that adds some fuel to the fire in the practice room.
Let's move it over to the young men. Nico, senior, as this season gets ready to kick off for you guys on Wednesday, again, you're gonna have Kiski, Powerade. Talk about your approach to the season, knowing that the Burrell Bucks always go seek out high competition.
Well, I'm looking forward to the season. Last year we lost, and I know that's going to motivate me a lot, and I'm looking forward to trying to accomplish my goals of being a state placement.
Any plans for you after high school? Have you made a decision on what you're going to do?
As of right now, I'm undecided, but I'm leaning more towards mechanical engineering.
Burrell always has really smart guys.
That's right.
I mean, always. You got guys at Brown, and good golly.
I think people don't assume that when you think about Burrell, right? But you look at our past and look at our history. 2 guys in the Ivy League. We had a kid just visit our room, Bubby Shear. He's currently at med school at Pitt, past pro wrestler. So, right, I think we have a low expectation. We always exceed those expectations.
Man, I am telling you, good for you. Another engineer. We've had a couple engineers up here already. What do you like to do outside of the wrestling room?
I like to play tennis a lot, and I'm a soccer player on our high school team. I play center back. I also like to hang out with some of the teammates like Cooper, Isaac, Luke, and any of the guys.
Nice. The other evening, the Westmoreland Sports Network, we covered Bell Vernon's semifinal state football game. And Flick, I think we were on the headset, and I'm down on the camera on the field. He goes, "Is that Brian Farah out there?" And I go, "I need to see him walk." And he walked. I'm like, "Yep, that's him." So yeah, it was pretty cool. I was messaging your dad, and he's like, "Oh, my kid's gonna be on this Sunday." I'm like, "I know. We gave you guys a shout out on the air." Let's move it over to Coop. Coop, couple visits to the PIAA podium. What's the expectation for you this year?
Nothing changed. I'm still striving to be a state champ, and help carry this team to get a Whippeal title and top 4 finish at states.
Coming into your junior year, you were 4th last year at states. What have you done in the off season, and what have you started doing currently that's going to help you get over that hump?
Just really focusing on the stuff that I need most, like some neutral work, some bottom, just kind of evening out my wrestling, and just working extra hard because I'm real motivated.
You're also a member of the Burrell Buck football team. Talk about the skill sets that wrestling provides you out there on the gridiron.
Well, tackling, I feel like it's a big one, and also just being able to go out there and just having the determination and the willpower to go help your team.
So, Coach, knowing that both your athletes, soccer and football, how nervous does that make you? leading into your preparation, trying to kind of piece things together for the wrestling season, and obviously, in high school you have athletes that play multiple sports. But how nervous does that make you?
Well, first off, Nico's he's being a bit humble. He was actually all section this year for soccer, so nice accomplishment for him.
Congratulations.
And yeah, I mean, anytime you got guys playing sports in the fall. I'm a big believer in playing multiple sports. Like I said, especially as high school athletes, you develop different skills in multiple sports. So, injuries happen. You try not to worry about stuff like that. But it seems like those guys, once football season's over, they were at practice the following Monday. So we got some other guys on the team this year that played football. So, like I said, I believe in that multi-sport athlete.
Yeah, certainly. And those two sports really, they complement each other. But I remember the first time I was reading the roster, Mount Pleasant Borough, I think it was 2 years ago at Mount Pleasant, and I saw Cooper Hornack's name on the roster, and I'm like, dude wrestled 106. And then you were a running back, and I'm like, oh, good golly. Like, I was terrified for you getting injured. Talk about the experience of switching gears from football to wrestling.
I mean, it's not too different. There's a lot more conditioning in wrestling. So, I could see a little bit more, tired and all that, but football, it's just kind of laid back, a little bit more laid back than wrestling. And
is Marky K a good coach?
No comment.
He's not paying attention. Oh, no comment.
No comment.
Well, we asked him if you were a good coach. He said no comment. Talk about the transition from soccer. I mean, you're running 120 yards all game long. Any kind of conditioning changes?
You would think soccer would have more conditioning than wrestling, but to be honest, it's wrestling. It has way more conditioning.
What do you want to do in college? If you choose to do athletics, wrestling or soccer?
I'm going to say I would like to wrestle in college.
It's because your coach is sitting beside you, isn't it?
Yeah. Part of it.
So guys, talk about the weight changes, right? I mean, they were subtle, but they're still changes. How does that affect when you're putting together a lineup, and how does that affect where you come in and see yourself competing at this year?
Yeah, like I said, it's different for especially the 1 pound for lower weights, but yeah, like I said, really makes no difference. I'm sure some of the guys that'll have to watch their weight a little bit, had expectations of wrestling, 106 and 112, or they're happy with that extra pound. But like I said, being an extra pound, I don't think it really changes much.
Coach, who's the comedian in the room?
The comedian, maybe behind Nico, I'd probably go with Luke Boylan.
Who is it?
Luke Boylan.
Okay.
He thinks he's a comedian. That'd be our 215 pounder.
He thinks he's a comedian. Guys, give a shout out to somebody at home.
Shout out to my mom. Love you,
better
Mom.
say dad too.
My dad too.
Coop?
Let's go with my girlfriend, Caitlin. She'll be happy.
All right.
Happy to hear that one.
Nice.
Yeah. Kid, you're teaching them young, aren't you? That's
No doubt,
good stuff.
no doubt.
Hey, best of luck to the Borough Bucks. It's always a great time to be Matt's side over there. And, it's an amazing environment with the Borough Bucks. You think small school, but man, let me tell you, they just bring a lot of domination to the mat room, and then that transpires right over down onto the mat in any gym that they're wrestling in. So we're certainly looking forward to covering you guys this season. That's the Borough Bucks. Head coach Josh Shields, Nico Farah, and Cooper Hornack. When we return, we will have Georgia's and I's alma mater, head coach Randy Parsley, and the Greensburg-Salem Golden Lions right here on the Westmoreland Sports Network.
You have pain? We have the answers. You want to feel better? We provide the relief you need. The Rehab Center Chiropractors Caring for Health. Our state-of-the-art facility and our experience in caring doctors provide expert analysis and a customized treatment plan for each individual. The Rehab Center, Chiropractors Caring for Health, with locations in North Apollo, Kittanning, Lower Borough, and Clarion. For more information, visit our website at therehabcenters.com.
Dr. Scott Learn and his dental team have been caring for the community for over 20 years. Dr. Learn offers a wide variety of dental services, including oral exams, gingivitis treatments, crowns, veneers, and more. He even makes custom sports mouth guards. Call 724-537-3314 or visit scottelern.dmd.com. Dr. Scott Learn General and Cosmetic Dentistry in Latrobe, giving you the confidence to enjoy your smile.
I officiate PIAA sports, and I am an accountant.
I officiate PIAA sports, and I'm a teacher.
I'm a PIAA basketball official, I'm a firefighter, I'm a father, and I'm also a fan. I think it's easy for people to forget that we are regular people, that the same people that I'm refereeing, that my kid plays with those kids sometimes. My kids play in the same league as these kids.
One of the greatest aspects of officiating is building relationships with the partners you're working games with, getting to know them as people, and also building relationships with the players and the coaches that are on the field with you every game.
These kids work so hard day in and day out, and you get to watch the benefit of them getting a new personal record, them making that bar that they've been dreaming of for weeks, and you get to have a front row seat to witness that every single day.
Joined by the Greensburg-Salem Golden Lions here on the Westmoreland Sports Network. It's our former head coach, maybe assistant coach, Randy Parsley and Christian McChesney. Golden Lions, welcome to the Westmoreland County Wrestling Kickoff Show. Pars, get started with some comments, the new alignment, what it's done to your schedule, and the challenges it may have created.
Well, first of all, thank you for doing this.
You're welcome.
This is a great thing that you're doing for the sport of wrestling. It gets us out there. And as far as the new alignment and all that, it's just wrestling. I mean, yes, I would love to wrestle Hempfield, Latrobe, Norman, and all those teams. But, our numbers don't warrant that. I didn't want to drop to double A, but, when the number at 294 is for triple A and we have 204, we shouldn't compete against those teams. I mean, we should because we're Greensburg, but we're trying to build a program and going to wrestle in Hempfield and those guys and getting beat 55-14 because you forfeit 5 weight classes because you don't have enough. That doesn't build a program.
Yeah, it's tough to beat a team when you're giving up 30 points just in forfeits. So go ahead, George. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Pars.
Yeah, and and it's, and even in AAA they're forfeiting. I mean, the sport's getting crazy here. And we're not going to be that successful in double A because all you have to do is field a lineup and you're going to win matches. I mean, Burrow's a powerhouse. I mean, they're good. Like, they said, well, you went down to win. I said, who the hell beats Burrow? AAA schools can't beat Burrow. So it's not like we're going down there to try to win a state title. We're going down there so we can try to get 40 kids out on the wrestling program and get going. That's all.
How are the numbers looking for this season?
I think we have 13. We're still going to forfeit a couple weights. I mean, I could fudge things around so we only forfeit 1. But middle school numbers are still, they got 15 kids coming out, but 3 show up at practice. So we don't know what that is. But our junior program got 70.
Nice.
And there was 45 of them at the Keystone today. So they're going and competing, so it looks good. It looks good, but, I'll be 80 by the time I get all those guys, but I don't plan on going anywhere, so.
And think, looking at, going down to double A, you're going into a section with Burrell, Derry, Indiana, Ligonier Valley, Riverview Valley, which you guys wrestle Wednesday. Right? If obviously the expectation isn't we're going to go down and win a state title, right? But looking at that section, right, I mean, it's still a tough section.
Yeah, right. Indiana was a very good AAA team last year, and they moved down because of their numbers. And Burrell was Burrell. So, and Derry's building their program back up. They're really coming on. So, I mean, my expectation is if we can finish 4th in that section, then we did okay. I mean, Riverview's down, and they struggle. Valley's, number-wise, from what I saw on a computer, they got 22 kids on the roster, so, you don't know what you're
filled the
getting.
lineup.
Yeah. So
what are you, what are you and your assistant coach, Patrick Hutchinson, what are you telling the guys to kind of, keep the energy level up, staying positive, to kind of keep them around, right? Let alone keep them interested in wrestling and wanting to go out there and compete.
Right, there's times where, you pat them on the back and do all that. The last couple of days of practice, I might have overstepped because I was getting a little upset.
Not you.
I'm throwing my stopwatch on the ground, like, come on, man, we're doing a stand-up. How difficult could that be? But then we talk to them and say, hey, guys, just think about what you're doing here for yourself. And then we just keep working, and you're going to be successful. Even if you don't win a match, you're a very successful person because you're doing it. Because there's 204 other male students aren't doing this. Right. So just, take pride in what you're doing, and we keep working it. I have my days, and then, like, Hutch is better at it than I am, talking to the kids. And then Brian Stick is amazing talking to these kids because he's always sees something good out of everything. So I let him take over and talk and get these kids all fired up.
Well, it's got to give you comfort to surround yourself with a coaching staff like that. I don't want to say the good cop, bad cop, but that's kind of the approach that you have to take.
Well, yeah, and it's not that I want to be the bad cop. I just get frustrated. After 39 years, it just, in some of the teams that I've had, all I had to do was walk in a room and it was over. It was done. And now there's a lot more to it. It is what it is, and that's why I always surrounded myself with the best people possible. I don't know if there's a better staff out there. I got a state runner-up. I got Hutch, a state qualifier. I got Mike Reinhardt Sr., who's coached through the youths, and his kids were very, very talented. So, I got a lot of help, so we're going to be okay.
Golden Lions always are. Let's switch it over to Christian. Christian is senior. Talk about your approach to this year's season.
My approach this year is just do the best I can. Go out there. I didn't finish the season last year how I wanted. I feel like I could have got more out of it. This year, hoping to go out there, new teams that I'm wrestling, hoping to establish myself as one of the top guys in my weight class.
Coming into your senior season last year, you were 27-10, placed third in the section, right? And kind of like you said, your season didn't end how you wanted it to end. I know last year, I felt like you started out and you were firing on all cylinders. I think going into the counties, you may have been undefeated. I can't remember if your record was undefeated, but I know you were going in and you're wrestling well, right? So what are you doing now with the start of the season to make sure that you come out of the gates and you're firing on all cylinders?
This year I moved up to 215. I was 89. That was one of my biggest problems, controlling my weight. And I hurt my elbow last year a little bit, so that also held me back, I think, a little bit. But this year it's all healed, everything, my weight's good, so I think that'll help me out a lot.
You're also a standout for the Golden Lion football team. You guys had, one of those seasons where winning games, you were down a little bit as far as, the guys that you had on the team. The transition from football to wrestling, what's that like?
For me personally, I think it's pretty easy because I've been doing it for a number of years, but for some guys it may be a little different. But for me, we basically do the same things, like for linemen and then going over to wrestling. It's all about positioning, explosiveness. It's very easy for me to switch over from football to wrestling.
So you think the two sports definitely complement each other, especially as an O-lineman, where it can be, it's one-on-one, it's hand fighting, it's, your agility.
Yeah, I think all of that really helps with everything you do in wrestling, and then in turn, if you want to be a great football player, I think you have to wrestle.
What do you want to do after high school?
I'll do either one, whichever one has a better opportunity, but I would prefer to wrestle.
Good deal. Are you interested in any schools? What do you want to study?
I hope to study East Asian Studies. I applied already to Bucknell University, waiting to hear back from them.
How about that? Another smart guy, yeah.
How about that?
Yeah.
And then if that doesn't work out, there's a bunch of other schools around the area that I'm looking into.
So talk a little bit about, and I'm not sure how often or how much you and your older brother worked out, last year, right? But what is it like to kind of not have a workout partner like that in the room anymore?
It's definitely, practices were definitely more intense last year with a guy like that around. But this year I do the best I can with who I have. And we still have our current heavyweight, and I think he's still doing a really good job of helping me prepare, and I'm helping him prepare.
As one of the leaders in the room, what is your approach to all of that younger talent coming into the room? How do you handle it to keep everybody motivated?
I just do the best I can in the room. If I have a bad day, I make sure that the next day I have a better day. And if I have a good day, the next day is even better than that.
Outside of wrestling, football, what do you like to do? Like, what are your hobbies?
I study Japanese.
Can you speak Japanese?
A tiny bit, yeah.
Go ahead.
Do you want me to speak it right now, or?
That's what it sounds like in wrestling practice.
Yeah, how do you say mat slapper in Japanese?
Mato slapper.
That's really?
Well, sometimes you just convert it over. Like, that would be one of the instances where you just take an English word and translate it.
I'm not going to.
Yeah, don't do it.
No. Our viewership will go way down, I think. What got you into that? How'd you get so interested?
Just media. We had a guy my freshman year who was doing it for his senior project. So he basically got me into it, and then from there I just decided to study it on my own.
Parse, having two brothers in the wrestling room, which you've had a lot of brothers in the wrestling room. Talk about the dynamic with Billy and Christian over the last few years. Obviously he's on to Columbia, but what was that like?
Well, you know what? It wasn't really that difficult because Billy was very outgoing and, he loved this kind of thing.
Billy?
Yeah. Christian's not, he doesn't want to be the guy up front. Billy was okay with it. So it wasn't such a big deal. I mean, really, they didn't get to the point where they wanted to fight each other like
Not like my brother and I?
Like any brothers that got in the room together. Yeah, like you and Justin. No, it didn't work out that way.
There were a couple times. At practice, me and Billy almost got into it.
Now, are you guys competitive outside of athletics?
Oh, yeah, we compete in, almost everything we do.
Okay.
Even our oldest brother, Tommy, we compete with him all the time.
Yeah, they just want to be the best McChesney, but, it is what it is. There's nothing wrong with it because they really never got to throwing, Like my brothers, we got to throwing punches.
Sure.
Yeah, and you and Justin got to throwing punches.
Absolutely. We invented MMA.
Yeah, but it's good, and I think this year will be his best year of all because he's the man. He don't got to live up to Billy or be in front of Billy,
Sure.
and everybody talks about Billy. Now it's about Christian.
Sure.
And I think he's really absorbed that to that point where now he doesn't have to worry about Billy. He got to be himself.
Well, you're a McChesney, character person, and best of luck to you this season. Coach Parse, thank you so much for coming out. Best of luck this season. That's the Greensburg-Salem Golden Lions head coach Randy Parsley and senior Christian McChesney. Coming up next, we'll have the Norwin Knights right here on the Westmoreland Sports Network.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Hi, Westmoreland sports fans. This is Al Gallardo, financial advisor with Lincoln Investment and longtime Westmoreland County resident. Whether it's a traditional or Roth IRA, 403B or 457 plan, mutual funds, ETFs, stocks, or bonds, I can help you navigate the markets and assist you in achieving all of your goals. Call me at 724-309-8337 or email me at agallardo@lincolninvestment.com and we'll get started together. Good luck to all of the area's athletes and coaches this season.
The Manor Valley Golf Course in Export is proud to announce the opening of their new banquet facility. It's perfect for sports banquets, Christmas parties, and weddings. This new facility can hold up to 180 people, so if you have an event coming up, Manor Valley Golf Course can host it. Golfers, they specialize in league play, fundraising outings, and have great membership rates. Give them a call at 724-744-4242 or online at manorvalleygc.com.
When you're in pain or suffering from an injury, all you want is to get back on your feet, back to living your life. At East Suburban Sports Medicine Center, that's what we've done for 35 years. Our staff is skilled, experienced, and compassionate. Our facilities are modern and welcoming, and our focus is on you. So if you want to feel better, play better, and live better, call us today or visit one of our 6 offices.
East Suburban Sports Medicine. Take it from me, Bill Hillgrove. It's the best care, hands down.
Welcome back to the Westmoreland Sports Network. We're live from Manor Valley Golf Club in Export, Pennsylvania for the Westmoreland County Wrestling Kickoff Show alongside I am Smitty. Joining us now is the Norwood Knights assistant coach, Caton Smiley, Gabe Conboy, and Jackson Huss. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. Coach, let's jump right into it. Give us a little recap on the end of last season, some of the off-season training as you approach this year's season.
No problem. Yeah, thank you for having us. Last season went extremely well for our Norwood Knights and made it pretty far into the team aspect. A very good finish for Norwood, from a historical standpoint. So, we were very, very pleased with where we ended up and couldn't ask for anything better. So.
How about the off-season training?
So this was the first year under Coach Martin that we went year-round. So this summer, we may have taken a total of, probably 2 weeks off. 1 week was after Fargo, and the other week just kind of thrown in there somewhere just to give everybody a break. But we've been going year-round, so.
And, Coach, I know you said that this year was the first year under head coach Martin that you guys went all year-round. But what's it like for, to get that buy-in with maybe some guys that aren't used to wrestling all year round? You do have your mat rats that they don't want to get out of the mat room, but then there might be some maybe first or second year athletes that they're just not used to that. How do you get that buy-in?
So we really just try to keep it as loose as possible. There's really no expectations. We keep it open, we keep it loose, we keep it fun. I mean, we play a ton of games. Kickball, spike ball, of course, and just really trying to make it fun for everybody, whether you're on the podium at Hershey or you're a first or second year wrestler. We have something to offer for everybody. We have a kid this year who just simply wants to get in shape. He said, I don't necessarily know if I want to compete this year. Hey, no problem, come on out. Teaching him some nutrition, working him out in the room, and yesterday we threw him into a JV match out in Ephrata, and he got a pin. So his initial goals were not to compete this year, just want to lose some weight, and he got a pin yesterday.
He went out and pinned in his first match.
Yeah.
Talk a little bit. So you guys competed this weekend?
Yeah. Yes.
Where at? And talk about the results.
We went to Ephrata Doles out in Lancaster. I'll put my Western PA spin on that one. But no, we went 4-1 as a team. We beat, who did we beat?
Biglersville,
Warwick, Columbia, and Biglersville.
Yeah.
And Ephrata.
Yeah.
And we lost to Malvern Prep.
Okay.
So
they're okay.
They're just decent.
They looked okay.
I've heard of them.
Yeah, not too bad.
Guys, let's talk about the environment in the room. Your coaching staff has been there for a couple of years now. Talk about the chemistry and the environment that it oozes success. Tell us about it.
Well, it is a great chemistry that we have. The coaching staff, we couldn't ask for a better coaching staff. Coach Martin, as well as Coach Smiley, Coach King. We have fantastic people in the room. We're always getting better, always improving, and I think that's the main goal that we should focus on, and I think we've been doing that. So.
Yeah, also I'd like to point out that over the past couple months, we've really become a team. We've been building relationships off of each other, and I think that's really important for us for our future success throughout the season.
And last year I believe you had 6 WPIAL qualifiers, getting that one lone wrestler down to Hershey in Kranitz, which he has since graduated and moved on. What's the kind of game plan? What are you telling your athletes to help build upon that, right? If getting 6 or multiple guys down to whips, getting over that hump and getting down to Hershey and getting on the podium.
So that message has been the same for the past 3 years. It's just really whatever their expectations are. As a coaching staff, we are going to do our best to help them achieve their individual goals, and and as long as those individual goals are going towards our team, then we'll accomplish the team aspect, and then individual goals should fall into place. So we just keep training day in, day out, grinding, and that's really about it.
Switching to your schedule this season, what's coming up that is getting the team really excited? I know it's next match mentality, but what events are you going to be attending this year that everybody's excited about?
Yeah, so we're going to another duels tournament up in Sharpsville. We traveled to Lancaster, and then just see some D3 teams. And 17th, we're heading up to Sharpsville. We're going to see the northwest side of Pennsylvania. There's going to be some Ohio teams up there as well. So just trying to see folks we typically wouldn't see until typically later in the postseason, or individuals of states. But that's really our whole goal this year, is to wrestle the best and see where we end up at the end of the year.
Peak at the right time. Guys, what are you excited for this season?
I don't know. I'm just excited to develop as a team. A lot of my friends joined this year that haven't been wrestling, and I think that with a lot of new kids in our team, that we'll be able to build a better and more developed team throughout the season.
We really like to focus on grit, and we actually have a new chip system which we implemented, if you want to talk a little bit about that. But then Powerade as well is definitely a tournament which we're focused on. But
tell us about this system.
Okay, so Coach Martin and coaching staff and everything want to do something a little fun this year, something a little different for everybody, and it kind of really contributes to individual and coming together as a team and building that team bond, right? So we developed a poker chip system. It's called Scrap. So we have 5 different chips. Each letter stands for something. So S is for service, C is for competition, R is for relationships, A is for achievement, and P is for passion. And then we have a 6th chip. It's called the Grit chip. That's the most difficult one to get. So each one of those letters, of course, service, doing service projects, different things like that throughout the community. Wrestlers just have a different way to earn these chips. And at the end of the year, I can't say it on air, but if our student athletes earn all 6 chips, there will be special reward at the end of the year.
You guys are really creating a culture over there of well-rounded student athletes. It's not just about wrestling. There's life beyond, and I really commend you for that.
Thank you.
Awesome stuff. Gee, go ahead.
Yeah, just hearing that, like you said, you are really preparing these athletes for life beyond the mat, right? Like you said, you want to help these athletes achieve their goals, whatever that might be. So it might not be coming in and, being a county champion or being a state champion, but you're going to help these athletes achieve those goals. Are there any, I know you mentioned, Gabe, Powerade, right?
Yeah.
So is there any other events or even just matchups that you're looking forward to this year that maybe last year either didn't go your way or you maybe didn't place as high as you initially wanted to, and now you're really just chomping at the bit for that either match or that event?
Well, I'm definitely focusing on improving as much as I can in all the tournaments. I definitely want to focus on the task at hand, which is a philosophy that we talk about a lot. And so I can't think of any specifics in which I want to improve on, but overall, as a team and as an individual, I hope to be better in all aspects.
As a senior, what's your plan after high school?
So I'm focusing on business as a major. Hopefully wrestling can play into my academic college and assist me in finding a better college, which would be great.
Nice. Jackson, go ahead with George's question and then follow up with mine.
Sorry, what was your question again?
So just thinking of, are there any events coming up or matchups that you're really looking forward to?
Well, like Gabe said, there's not really any individual specific matchups I'm looking forward to. I'm just looking forward to developing our team and together defeating other teams that normally wouldn't really be on our regimen to compete against. And I think that's something really special.
Have we corrected the cheating scandal that happens in the Norwood Knight training room around spike ball? A lot of heartache around that.
No, we have not. So we'll call out Nate Campbell. So before we left for Ephrata, we played him and Mr. Pham, Coach Martin and I, and they won the first game solely just because they continue to make up rules as the game goes along, and they say, well, we don't know the rules. Of course, Coach Martin and I don't know the rules because you make them up as they go along. So then once we got their made-up rules established, Coach Martin and I took game 2. So game 3 probably be this week.
Coach, outside of wrestling, what do you do?
I'm a regional safety manager for a construction company, and I have a 4-year-old, 2-year-old, and a wife, and I'm
awesome.
A busy guy.
Yeah, you
All
certainly
fun.
are. Certainly are. Guys, what do you like to do outside of the wrestling room?
Other than wrestling, I also am a Boy Scout, and I play baseball in the summer and the spring. So yeah, that's fun.
I'm a big football fan. I enjoy going outside. I'm a big outdoors guy and a family man. Enjoy spending time with the family.
Awesome. Well, I love it. There's certainly a family environment over there with the Norwood Knights. That's your Norwood Knights. Thanks to Caton Smiley, Gabe Conboy, and Jackson Huss for joining us. We always love being Matt's side for the call when the Knights are out there wrestling. Always an exciting show. Coming up next, we'll have Zach Snyder and the Mount Pleasant Vikings. You're tuned in to the Westmoreland County Wrestling Kickoff Show on the Westmoreland Sports Network. Keep it here. We'll be right back.
At Marino's American Eatery, we have one focus: you. Just like home, our dining room brings the whole family to the table with a truly unique menu prepared fresh in-house. At Marino's, we know beer. With 16 beers constantly rotating on our taps, we take pride in supporting only local, independently owned craft breweries. Come experience Marino's American Eatery in Greensburg, Westmoreland County's local craft beer destination.
At D'Annunzio's, our menu is extensive with an abundance of selections. The next best thing to being at one of our 3 locations is having our frozen food and jarred sauce in your own home. For our frozen food selections, we have wedding soup, pasta vajol, lasagna, stuffed cheese rigatoni, ricotta cavatelli, and potato gnocchi. Our jarred sauces include the original, smooth, marinara, and tomato cream. These products can all be found at our restaurants or your local grocer.
The Collision Shop by Jason Mignone is your one-stop shop for all things auto body repair. Our experienced technicians and state-of-the-art facilities have you covered on both passenger and heavy-duty vehicle repairs, including scratches, scrapes, and dents, free estimates, body repairs, welding, refinishing, glass replacement, and more. Our all-new alignment and calibration shop has the tooling, equipment, and staffing to ensure top-quality alignment and calibration adjustments for your vehicle. Our friendly office staff is more than happy to assist you through every step of your vehicle's repair process. Visit the Collision Shop by Jason.com for our complete list of services.
Back here with the Mount Pleasant Vikings on the Westmoreland Sports Network. It's head coach Zach Snyder, Sean Kame, and William Wild Bill Shipley. Vikings, thank you for joining us once again this year. Coach, give us a recap on the end of last season, some of the off-season training, and the beginning of this season.
Thanks for having us on, first off. We had a great season last year, finished with some really high notes. Had a great team season, finishing 4th in the WPIAL. And then ultimately, obviously, with Dayton Pitzer finishing on top of the podium is pretty nice. He leaves a big legacy, but we got a lot of guys, that worked hard over the summer, worked hard in the spring, wrestling freestyle, wrestling with clubs, and just staying on the mat. So I think I'm really confident in the crew we have coming back.
So I was looking back through your roster, past results, and you're going into year 5 as the head coach at Mount Pleasant. Year 4. The two or three previous years, Mount Pleasant didn't have a state medalist. Since you've been there, you've had state champs, state medalists. What can you attest that to how the program has evolved in the past 4 years?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of feels a little, we had one guy that had a lot of accolades, and, I'm not a kind of guy that's going to take full credit for a guy like that. I mean, he trained his whole life, and, I joke around with our other coaches. I mean, we could put pretty much anybody in the corner, and that would have been fine, and he would have done the same thing. So I can't take credit for all the accolades, and but yeah, I mean, what we've done is just build a base of wrestling in the Mount Pleasant community, and kind of getting guys out that used to wrestle when they were younger, and kind of finding them, and asking kids, hey, who's this kid, and just getting people out and getting people excited to be on the team, and we're able to build like an actual perennial team that's coming back with a full lineup each year, and that's what it's all about to me. I mean, we got a solid team every year.
Yeah, I think if my memory serves me right, when you started, I think you had 6 kids, maybe 7 kids on the roster. Are you filled a full roster this year?
Yeah, we had. I mean, that year that they had 7 before I was there, they had some guys in the junior high that may have been able to come up, or they developmental. They were staying down to get some more matches. So the numbers were not as bad as they look, but they were low, and that was my number one priority on the agenda when I took the job. It was just build it back up. You can't compete and be a competitive team without numbers. So you need guys to get back out, and being in Mount Pleasant, it was kind of easy, to get. It's a wrestling town, so it's got the history. It's got there's a ton of kids that wrestled and kind of just faded away for one reason or the other. Focusing on other things, but getting them excited and to try to come back and be a part of a team was what it was all about.
Let's switch it over to the young men over there, guys. As Coach just said, it's a wrestling town. Talk about that expectation, perhaps the pressure that it creates to be a wrestler for the Vikings.
Yeah, so it creates a lot of pressure. Like with we have state champ last year, Dayton Pitzer, and we have other good wrestlers like Jamison and Greg. You really got big shoes to fill, like such as in the past like Robbie Waller. We have big shoes to fill, and there's a rich history here.
Some shoes to fill.
Yeah.
Did Robbie pay you to give him a shout out on the air?
Well, it was.
I'm talking to you, Waller.
He's the one that got me into it pretty much. Like that's where I first started wrestling in my freshman year. He was about a month before the season started. That's where I started going, and he took me in and helped me through everything. And he's been there for me for the past 4 years.
Yeah, the Wallers have a tendency to just grip you up out of the hallway, and you're going to wrestle. And a big shout out to All American Wrestling Club, our proud sponsor of our network. Shout out to them. Will, let's switch it over to you. Wild Bill. Tell us your story, brother. It's your first year of wrestling, correct? Second year. Yeah. Tell us about it.
Last year, Dayton, they were looking for 113-pounder. Dayton and a couple other guys said, I think we can get a kid. He goes by Wild Bill. And when I walked into practice the next day, Zach was like, "You're Wild Bill?" I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "Wow."
Are you enjoying it?
Yes. It's my favorite sport, actually.
What else do you play?
I play football, and I do track and field.
What do you love about wrestling?
Probably being able to, go on the mat and wrestle, and
enjoying time with your teammates, things like that?
Yeah.
Awesome. What grade are you in?
I'm a senior.
You're a senior this year? What are your plans after high school?
Probably go to a 4-year college and study sports and medicine.
Awesome. I love it. He's going to be a trainer. He'd come back and tape ankles and all that good stuff.
Good for you guys. So, again, Sean and William, you lost a couple seniors last year, Dayton Pitzer, Noah Ganebis. Now that you guys are the veterans, quote-unquote, on the team, How have you taken it stepping into that, new leadership role in the room, in the classroom, work habits, whatever it may be?
Well, you got a lot of people looking up to you, so you have to give you have to set the example for how it should be. Like at practice, you always got to be a hard worker, show good effort, and show that if you just give hard work and a good effort, you'll get to where you can be.
Go ahead, Wild Bill. It's not William, it's Wild Bill.
Wild
Bill.
Yeah. Well, like Sean said, if you give hard work, hard effort, you get better, and you also help your teammates get better.
And then everybody wins, right?
Yeah.
I love it. Now let's switch to your schedule, Coach. Have you competed yet? What do you have coming up, and what are we excited about this season?
Yeah, so we're off to a quick start, just like everybody else. We didn't compete this weekend, chose to take it off, kind of set our schedule as business as usual, just with the stuff we've done in the past. We'll start early this Wednesday with a dual meet, so that's something different, on Wednesday against Albert Gallatin and then at home. And then we'll have the Hampton Duels coming up on Saturday, which has a really good lineup this year. I just found out Malvern Prep's going to be there, so that's...
Heard of them again.
Yeah, it's exciting. But yeah, we'll go into the Panther Classic and then our kind of tournament schedule. The one big thing changed from this year is we're not going to Powerade. So just decided, it's better for the team for us, to look somewhere else. And we're going to go to the Southmoreland Christmas tournament, which is right down the road. And it's going to, there's a lot of really good teams there. Coach Dan Boring puts on a great tournament. From what I hear, I've never experienced it, but I'm excited to go there. And then, we'll get into more duels and kind of get ready for the postseason.
And we'll be mat side for those finals. We love the Southmoreland Christmas Classic. Guys, what are you looking forward to schedule-wise?
I'm looking forward to the Hampton Duels. That was my first ever high school wrestling match, or first wrestling match ever that I've ever had, and where I got my first win. That's what I'm most excited about. And also the Southmoreland tournament. We've never gone there, and I think it's going to be a good new experience for us. Get some new competition.
5-minute ride down the road.
Yeah.
How about you, Wild Bill?
Well, it's going to be fun going back to the place where I got to my very first pin at.
Where was that? Are you going to get us a repeat pin this year?
Yes, most certainly. But we're not going to lose 18 points.
So while Bill got, he had his first win, his first pin, and he got up and kind of flexed at the crowd and took a step towards the crowd, and the ref banged us for a team point. It didn't really factor into the overall outcome, but yeah, I kind of made a lesson. Now I said he can give a little fist bump, but you can't be. He's full up.
Ripping off the singlet.
Was that team point worth it?
Oh,
you can say in front of Coach.
I think so.
Good for you.
Awesome. What do each of you like to do outside of sports?
I like fishing for a big carp.
Big carp. Love it. Love fishing.
So I love playing sports with my my good friend. I'm sure you know Robbie Labuda. He's been my best friend forever. We play spike ball, basketball, cross net, anything you could name, any sport you could name. We do it all the time. We fish as well. We do anything together, pretty much.
Awesome.
I spend more time at his house than I do at my house, probably.
Who's the best spike ball duo in the Mount Pleasant wrestling room?
Me and
me first.
Yeah, it's got to be.
So
me.
Whoever's on your team that's the duo.
Yeah, me and probably and Greg.
I think Wild Bill is disagreeing with you.
Yeah, who's your partner?
Bill, wait till you get destroyed.
No, I'm not in this. It's Dayton and Noah.
Yeah, they are tough.
Hey, I beat Dayton and Noah last year.
They had a lot of reach.
Yeah, that's
that variable played in. Hey, guys, thank you so much for coming out and joining us. Best of luck to you. I'm certain we'll be mat side coming up with you soon. That's the Mount Pleasant Vikings, thanks to Zach Snyder, Shawnee Kane, and Wild Bill Shipley. When we return, we're going to change gears. NC2A, that's Seton Hill University. Head coach Brian Tucker will be joining us shortly right here on the Westmoreland Sports Network.
At Marino's American Eatery, we have one focus: you. Just like home, our dining room brings the whole family to the table with a truly unique menu prepared fresh in-house. At Marino's, we know beer. With 16 beers constantly rotating on our taps, we take pride in supporting only local, independently owned craft breweries. Come experience Marino's American Eatery in Greensburg, Westmoreland County's local craft beer destination.
At D'Annunzio's, our menu is extensive with an abundance of selections. The next best thing to being at one of our 3 locations is having our frozen food and jarred sauce in your own home. For our frozen food selections, we have wedding soup, pasta fagioli, lasagna, stuffed cheese rigatoni, ricotta cavatelli, and potato gnocchi. Our jarred sauces include the original, smooth, marinara, and tomato cream. These products can all be found at our restaurants or your local grocer.
The Collision Shop by Jason Mignone is your one-stop shop for all things auto body repair. Our experienced technicians and state-of-the-art facilities have you covered on both passenger and heavy-duty vehicle repairs, including scratches, scrapes, and dents, free estimates, body repairs, welding, refinishing, glass replacement, and more. Our all-new alignment and calibration shop has the tooling, equipment, and staffing to ensure top-quality alignment and calibration adjustments for your vehicle. Our friendly office staff is more than happy to assist you through every step of your vehicle's repair process. Visit the Collision Shop by Jason.com for our complete list of services.
Have you or someone you know committed to play a sport at the next level? Let us know by emailing info@westmorelandsports.com so we can add you to our WSN College Commitment page. Our unique page features a list of current Westmoreland County student athletes that have made a verbal or written commitment to play a sport in college. No matter what sport at what level, our College Commitment page has you covered. Check it out next time you visit westmorelandsports.com.
Back here to Manor Valley Golf Club with the Seton Hill University Griffins and head coach Brian Tucker and super senior, I guess we should say, Joel Kowalski. Guys, welcome to the show. Coach, your season's a little bit underway, a little different from the high school season when it gets started. Talk a little bit about the beginning of the season.
Yeah, we're currently 4-5. Had nine dual matches already. Some good, some bad, some ugly. You know, at this point of the season, though, that's expected. So we have just stuff to build off of. Still figuring out the lineup, but for the most part, we have a good group of guys. And once we kind of really get rolling here, I expect some big things out of them.
Coach, is that a change for the Griffins, having 9 dual matches by December 4th?
Yes, it is. In the past, we've done a little more individuals. We switched it this year, did some more guaranteed dual meets. We got some guys extra matches at those dual meets, which has been kind of a thing that's happened more since COVID. So that helped get everybody matches, and then we've actually loaded our back half of the season with a couple opens instead, hoping that will mimic the regional tournament come the end of February.
Sure.
You know, Coach, you guys wrestled. We were kind of talking off camera about your match on Friday against Kutztown, you know, losing a close match, 22-24, right? And then you guys, December 17th, will be going out to Midwest. What type of things are you doing now, you know, in and outside of the mat room to kind of, you know, help some of your athletes get over that hump and also continue to climb so they're peaking in March? And I know I'm already going ahead to March, but that's the plan, right?
Yeah.
Getting them to peak on time.
Yeah, it's the ultimate goal. And Midwest is a good one because it is as close as you can get to that national tournament. So by having that at this time of year, we kind of set these next couple weeks up as if we're preparing for the national tournament to mimic that. But basically, the nice part about having a lot of dual meets at this point was we get to see where we're struggling. So now that's where all our practice plans lie. Even though we have a season plan, we have a plan for where we're at this time of the year, now we get to bring it down to kind of our smaller pieces and make sure that we're adding in those small pieces at this time.
Coach, are you seeing other teams follow that kind of approach to the season, switching it up from, not early tournaments, but a lot of dual heavy front loaded and then more tournament towards the end?
A couple have switched up to duels to begin with, mostly because it's guaranteed matches. So if you have some guys struggling at opens, they're going 0-2 against some high level and high caliber guys. Now we can at least guarantee 3 or 4 matches in a weekend.
Are a lot of the non-starters getting some competitions in those matches as well?
Yep, and so that's the other thing that entices a lot of these schools to bring some extra guys and get them competition in the same idea. Like we can guarantee 3 matches as opposed to going to an open and possibly going 0-2.
Switching over to Joel. Joel, thanks for joining us here on the Kickoff Show. Talk a little bit about your super senior season as things have already kicked off, 9 duels in.
Yeah. So had a real good start. Was 7-1, but then I did get injured in our last match 2 weeks ago. Injured my leg, and hoping to get back for Midwest. Would really like to wrestle that tournament. One year I went 0-2 there, and then 2 years I made it to the blood rounds and lost. So getting on that podium at Midwest is a very big goal of mine this season.
Feeling confident that you'll be back for it with the injury, or is it day by day?
It's day by day. I'm trying to stay positive. I think I can, but it just really depends if it's healed up enough.
And Joel, you mentioned Midwest and getting on that podium. Talk about some of your other goals, either on or off the mat.
Another goal I have this season is I would like to get the most pins. That's another ones. Would also like to get the most wins, and definitely want to make it back to nationals this year and look to get on that podium. That's the big end goal, is to get on that podium.
What are you studying as a graduate student? What's your grad work in?
It's MBA in cybersecurity.
Cybersecurity. What was your undergrad in?
Criminal justice.
Criminal justice. What do you want to do with that when you're done?
So I think I'm going to go down like the cybersecurity route. Initially, I was thinking like policing with the CJ, but as I'm going through this, I think I'm going to go like along the cybersecurity route. Not too exactly sure where I'll go with that yet, but still figuring that out along the way.
Now, as a super senior in the Griffins training room, do you see a lot of the younger guys looking up to you as an example? Talk about that.
Yeah, it's weird because like last year I was like a leader. But like it's even weirder this year. Like I don't know, it's like a different feel.
They
like,
call you Pap.
Yeah, old man or Pappy. Yeah.
Pappy Kowalski.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's just a cool experience. Like I said, it's a different feel, and like kids like just see like all these guys like they're almost in like shock. Like you're still here. I'm like, yeah.
That's probably what they say about Spencer Lee out on Iowa.
We get a lot of alumni stopping in. And Joel's wrestled with all of them. Yeah. So he'll have actually, after this season, he'll have been there for over half my years.
Wow.
At Seton Hill.
Awesome.
And I noticed with due to COVID and athletes getting that COVID year or extra year or a medical redshirt year, that final year when there's no more eligibility left, the athletes are all, majority of them in their interviews will say, I'm just taking it all in. I'm just enjoying the ride, right? Is that kind of how your approach is now to your, what would it be, your 5th year, 6th year now wrestling for the Griffins?
Yeah, I was just very, very grateful to come back another year. It sucked for all of us with that COVID. Having that season taken away, it was tough, but very glad I got the opportunity to come back, and I would recommend to anybody that has that option for the COVID year to definitely take it in, because I knew myself if I didn't do it later down the road I would regret it. I would regret not. I'd look back and be like, man, I really wish I would have wrestled that one last year.
Now, Coach, do you have other athletes that are in that situation where they do still have another year left?
Yeah, we have a couple that we'll get to kind of choose, but it runs more into right now utilizing kind of their 5th year more than anything. Mm-hmm. The 6th year was a little of a rarity type of deal for us. Okay. But when Joel got the opportunity, obviously he said he wanted to take advantage of it, and it's not easy. It's not easy to go 5 years anymore. Mm-hmm. So it was, we said even with this injury, he had wrestled a lot already. We said it was kind of a blessing in disguise. It forced us to take the break, even though we knew we probably needed one for him. But he's been great to have in the room, because especially now he's so focused on some of the extra things he needs to do outside of the room, or before practice begins, his stretches, or after practice with his cool downs, ice baths, et cetera, et cetera.
Taking care of the body. Joel, do you see yourself staying connected with wrestling after you're done, whether it be a coach?
I would like to, yeah, in some way. Probably would like to do either coaching with like high school or like college level. Don't really want to do little kids. It's not my thing, but would definitely like to be involved some way with like coaching with high school or college level kids.
Away from school and wrestling, what do you like to do?
I'm a big fan of the outdoors and anything outdoors, kayak, fishing, hunting. Like playing video games. big gamer.
Who does it?
What's your favorite?
What's that?
What's your favorite game?
Probably Call of Duty.
COD. Kelly likes to play COD too. I don't know where Kelly went, but she likes to play a lot of COD. Talk about the environment in the room. Who's the jokester? Who's the one that's always dead serious, can never get to crack a smile?
That one's borderline you. The dead serious one's borderline you sometimes.
I'd say either me or Dom, honestly.
For the straight-faced, hard to. Yeah.
The jokester, I don't know, maybe Jimmy.
Yeah, Jimmy Baxter's one. Colby Ramju might be another one.
Definitely Colby.
Okay, yeah.
They're very lighthearted.
Yeah,
they're very lighthearted. Keep the room light.
Good stuff.
So Matthews is definitely like the vocal one on the team.
Who's that?
Brandon Matthews.
Okay.
He's definitely like the vocal one on the team.
So, Coach, Midwest is December 17th. What's the game plan after that, going into the holiday break?
So we're actually going to give a good bit of time off this year. We've never done it. We've never given this much time off before in the past, but we're a little younger, have some inexperience, and we've done a lot. And they've kind of got thrown right into the fire. So because of that, I think they need some time to heal up and just kind of reset for the second semester.
Coach, obviously at the college level, it's not just coaching wrestling, it's preparing for the future of Griffins wrestling. I know you probably can't disclose names, but are you feeling confident about a lot of the recruiting efforts going on in the future of the Griffins?
Yeah, we have two commits already, 2 signs. We have a couple more offers out, hoping to get to maybe looking at between probably around 5 before the end of January, before we really hit it hard after they're at states and everything. But yeah, I mean, the future's bright for the program, that's for sure.
George, do you have anything else?
I do want to add, so Joel, if you ever have any questions regarding what you want to do post grad school, I do know a guy in the Career Center that could help you out at Seton Hill. So just look him up.
Okay, we'll do.
Send George a $500 invoice.
Yeah, we drop that a lot in practice, but we can't promise that these guys always hear it. So I'm glad that George made sure that Joel did. I appreciate that.
I love it. Hey, that's the Seton Hill University Griffins. Thanks to Coach Tucker and Joel. Best of luck with you this season.
Thanks again, guys. Appreciate it.
Always love having you on. That's the Griffins. Coming up next, it's the Trojans of Derry area, the home or the halls that Dan Flickinger built a long time ago. Don't go anywhere. We'll have that coming up next on the Westmoreland Sports Network.
We know speaking with your teen or your young adult about drugs and alcohol can be challenging, but is necessary. Remember to have a conversation, not a confrontation. Establish good communications, break through barriers, and be firm but loving. Here are some helpful tips. Choose a good place and time to chat. Talk with openness. Actively listen. Offer empathy and support. For more information, visit us online at wedacinc.org. Westmoreland Drug and Alcohol Commission. Prevention is key.
At Marino's American Eatery, we have one focus: you. Just like home, our dining room brings the whole family to the table with a truly unique menu prepared fresh, in-house. At Marino's, we know beer, with 16 beers constantly rotating on our taps. We take pride in supporting only local, independently owned craft breweries. Come experience Marino's American Eatery in Greensburg, Westmoreland County's local craft beer destination.
The OMP system is designed to help enhance wrestling skills for athletes all over Western Pennsylvania and Eastern Ohio. Our techniques teach wrestlers to develop muscle memory in a wide range of areas in order to connect multiple skills together from moderate to advanced. We strive not only to develop better wrestlers, but also better students and teammates with life lessons that will outlast their days on the mat. Above all, it is our passion that sets OMP apart from the other clubs. For more, check us out at ompwrestlingclub.com.
What keeps me coming back to Comrades is I know I'm going to get a good haircut every time I go there. And I know the people are going to be cool there, the vibe's going to be cool, and it's just going to be an overall good experience.
Consistency in haircuts, great atmosphere, everybody's friendly. It's like cheers, everybody knows your name, and it's always a good time.
I always walk in and I'm like, I wonder what the vibe's going to be today. And I'm never disappointed.
Choosing an early childhood development program is a big decision, and Seton Hill University is here to help. At Seton Hill's Child Development Center, your 3, 4, or 5-year-old will have fun while developing social skills, self-confidence, and creating a foundation for learning. Here, we foster a mastery of life skills that will prepare your child for success in any endeavor. Learn more about the Seton Hill University Child Development Center by visiting setonhill.edu/childdevelopment.
Alongside Jeff Shaw, I am Smitty. You're tuned in to the Westmoreland County Wrestling Kickoff Show, and joining us now is the entire Derry area community. Head coach Troy Dolan, assistant coach BJ McCaska, Anthony Mucci, and Dylan Klim. Coach, go ahead and pick up the mic and get it started with a quick recap to last year's season towards there at the end, and then your off-season training program leading up to the campaign now.
Yep. Last year, a little bit of a rough year, but I had some success. A little bit over 500 as a team. And then towards the postseason, we had Christian Hyrack make a nice run at the end and actually end up placing at states, which was great. He really put the work in. Was a great senior leader for the guys to look up to. So hopefully some of that work ethic, kind of spills over into this season. As far as the offseason goes, we had some of our younger guys like Moochie getting after it, some of our seniors like Dylan, and just some of our newer guys all around kind of putting in some work, 1 or 2 days throughout the year. So we're looking for some of our guys who are 1 or 2 year wrestlers to come in and make an impact, hopefully, along with some of the guys like Moochie and Dylan to really, take lead.
How are the numbers at Derry looking from the JO program, middle school, up to the varsity?
Varsity, we're a little bit light this year, probably about 13, 14, junior high about 40. And then the JO program's looking really good. We got a chance to watch a couple of them compete today, collecting some medals, so it's very optimistic looking for Derry here.
Yeah, so Troy, second season, it was probably tough for you in the beginning. You came from a really successful program and very successful individual, and you were able to take over the program 2 years ago. And at that point, it was a low point for Derry in essence, where they hadn't. It was I think it was 16 years they had gone having a state qualifier and placer for. That was a nice long streak, and then the year you took it over. Or the year before you took it over, they didn't have anybody. But like you talked about Hyrack, you were able to get back on that, hopefully that long streak of sending people, which ultimately is what it's about, getting those individuals to state and having success for your program. So it was nice to see you come back to Derry and have a good year last year, back on a winning track, 9-8, I think, 3-3 in the league, and you're building upon that now with these young gentlemen that you have with you. In Dylan Klim, you're a senior this year, right around the 1/6, 114 weight class, and Anthony Mucci coming up from a nice, successful Southwest regional tournament last year in middle school. You had a great season. Guys, go ahead and pick up the mic there. I'll start with you, Anthony. How do you feel? How do you like being up on the varsity program now and having a nice guy like this to work out with and help develop you as a wrestler on the varsity program?
I think it's fun having a senior as my partner. He is helping me learn, and we just get to scramble a lot while live.
Yeah. What do you go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask, have you guys trained all your life together despite the age difference?
We started in middle school. He got held back well, not held back.
Did you see the look on his face when he said held
Not held
back?
back.
What? Wrong choice of words.
As his freshman, he went down to middle school, and that year I was in 7th grade, so we drilled most of the year.
Even in JOs, we wrestled a little bit.
Yeah.
I was pretty tiny then, too.
Were you? So you two are very familiar with one another.
Yeah.
You know, as being a senior and a freshman, correct?
No, he's a sophomore.
Yeah, I'm a sophomore.
Sorry, a sophomore. You know, you have a lot of these young men looking up to you.
Yeah.
Talk about the pressure that may create.
There's a little bit there, I feel, but I've known most of these guys like my whole life. I've wrestled with them. We hang out. We play like different sports together. Like last year, I did football with them. But I don't think there's much pressure. But like, I do know that they're like watching to see how I lead. So when I leave, they're gonna be taking over.
Yeah. So, is it safe to assume that you are the leader in the room, being a senior on the team and returning? You had a pretty good year last year. Let me see if I got my 22-14 on the season. You placed at regions.
Yeah.
Okay. Talk a little bit about that and where you would like to go and where you see yourself going this season in your senior campaign.
All right. Yeah. Placing at regionals, it was pretty big. I know most people probably didn't think I was going to do much there, having my sophomore season not being the greatest. I think I was 11-14 then, and that was just me showing out what Troy helped me do. Like, he really helped me come through, like with practice, training. I was coming out 2 nights a week to his place, and he's really helped me like develop more, pushed me over my edge of where I thought I was at. And for future, I was 1 match away from making it to states last year at regionals. So this year I hope to make it this year and place pretty high at the state tournament.
Just as you said that, I could sense the bad taste in your mouth from losing in that blood round to get to Hershey. So I wish you all the best. Anthony, talk about your expectations and goals for this season.
I hope I can make it to states, hopefully place. I don't know, like.
No, you just want to go win.
Yeah.
Just want to go wrestle, right? It's not
I just
hard.
want to
Why
win.
are you asking me a dumb question? The kid just wants to go wrestle, right?
Yeah.
Dylan, after high school, what are your plans?
I do plan on attending college. I've looked at a few. 2 of them I've been talking with, and they wanted me to come join the wrestling program, St. Vincent being one, and University of Pittsburgh or Bradford being one as well.
Well, good for you. What do you like to do outside of the room?
I like hanging out with friends, playing video games, hunting, fishing. That's just some of the things I like.
Dairy stuff.
Yeah.
Dairy stuff. Right on. How about you, Anthony, outside the room?
Pretty much the same.
Same thing?
Yeah.
Right on. Why don't you pass it on down there to Coach McKeska? Coach, always good to catch up with you.
Yeah,
we
you
go
too.
way back to Bloomsburg University days when he was a real wild man. He's calmed down a little bit. He wanted to lay on the table. We didn't have a stool. He's like, I'll just lay on the table. Coach, talk about the program, man.
Well, first off, I don't like how you guys assume that Dylan and Anthony drill with Troy because I mostly take the lightweights. We have a heavyweights about 270. He gets a big taste of Troy most of the time. So I go with Dylan and Anthony here most of the time. But no, it's like Troy said, we're a young team. We only have 2 seniors, not a lot of numbers, but we have 70-some, about 70 in the JO program. We have 40. Coach Hackman is running 40 kids in the junior high, so they have a huge team. So kids are starting to come through, and these guys are going to be, setting the tone for those guys moving forward. So it's going to be exciting. Last year, we didn't know what to expect. We knew we didn't have a huge team last year. When Christian came out, we didn't know what. He's a jiu-jitsu guy, so we weren't sure what to get from him. When he first started, he was pretty rough. But he put in a ton of work, and it was probably more satisfying than anything watching a kid like that, as opposed to someone or you have expectations that's going to place. Like we knew Christian was good, but like he got really good.
Yeah,
so
sure.
That's kind of like what we want to see. We don't have that guy that we know is going to get to states, but last year having Christian come up, kind of take it by surprise, we want to try to recreate that same thing here, and we can get that from probably a couple different guys on our team.
So let's go back to you, Troy. I'm curious to know your thoughts on the change of the sections, the way, you have 2 extra weeks, right, this season because this AA is so much bigger. What do you think about this realignment? Who's in your section? And also, what are your goals for the seasons within the new section? And building on that above 500 record that you had for last year?
No preference really with the section. We have to wrestle, so whoever we have, we have. This year I do know we have Burl, Indiana, some tough guys in the section, so we're going to have our work cut out for us for sure, but we want to wrestle good teams. We definitely want to be above 500. Like I think you said, we were 9-8 last year, so we want to be better than 9-8 and kind of just constantly improving. It will make it tough for some of our guys having, some quality teams in the section, but we did last year too. So I think no matter what section you're in, you're going to have good guys, and you want to be prepared for regionals and states anyway. So it's just part of the process,
Do you guys have any real matches that you're looking forward to taking on? Like, is there a match that you're looking forward to that you've circled on your schedule that you can't wait to go and wrestle this year?
For me, probably, I definitely want to just get the first match, just start wrestling in the season, and then other matches like counties, I know that's pretty big, so I have that circled off, and then Whippules, so start to get to states.
Okay.
I agree with Dylan. I'm excited for counties. I think that'll be fun to do. Then there's a few friends that I have from around the area that I've never wrestled, and this year they're my weight, so I think that'll be fun.
So last year's middle school counties, you had pretty good counties last year, didn't you?
Yeah,
Talk
I
a little
won.
bit about that.
I'm trying to think. It was a long time ago.
A long time ago. He's had a lot of practice, a lot of new partners, and now being on varsity, that's all behind you, and you're just looking forward, right, Anthony?
Yeah.
Guys, I forget what I was going to say, Jeff. Damn it. Took it right out of my characters in the room. Who's the jokester, and then who's the one that's dead serious all the time? Can't get him to crack a smile.
I think the jokester might be Xander.
Who is
Colin.
Colin or Xander?
Colin
I
or
think the jokester
Xander.
would be Colin or Xander.
Okay.
Yeah, they're guys.
We might bring Xander for you next year.
Okay.
If you guys are prepared for him. So
Oh, no.
We have one guy who's a pretty big jokester, Xander, and Sirius. I don't know, maybe these two. They're both pretty quiet, as you can
Both?
tell.
Are you
They're
really?
They get
As you
after
can tell.
pretty good. Yeah.
Nice. Coach, talk about outside of wrestling, your life.
Right now I have, wrestling is a big part of the life.
See you in April, honey. Yeah, right.
But I'm fortunate to have, a very supportive wife. I have a daughter now who's 3. So they were both up in Indiana today watching the wrestling tournament. Our wrestling club's right next to the house, so they're at practice checking it out. So in that aspect, really couldn't be more fortunate. But yeah, it's been mostly wrestling right now. Me and Coach McKeska did some tennis. We coached at Dairy for that. This season before.
Tennis.
So we did girls tennis, yes. So moving on from that, transitioning right back into wrestling, and it's full steam ahead now.
Wow, I'm shocked. I'm still getting over the tennis thing. Coach, you outside of wrestling, what do you do?
Coach tennis at Troy.
Coach girls tennis, volunteer assistant coach. Well, actually, Coach Dolan got the job and then scheduled his shoulder surgery like the next day, and then called me and said I need to help coach. So I got drug into that one. But I got 3 kids at home. My son and my daughter, they wrestled today. So a lot of wrestling right now, but I'm coaching everything: football, baseball, little league, tennis, club, just all over the
We're
place.
going to have some chats offline about this tennis thing. I got to know how this came to fruition. That's the Dairy Area Trojans. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. Good luck this season. We'll look forward to seeing you, Matt's side. Thanks to Troy, BJ, Anthony, and Dylan. Coming up next, the Southmoreland Scotties. The Mullet Man will be joining us next, and he better love my mullet that I just got fresh cut for him today. Catch it next, right here on the Westmoreland Sports Network.
Open 7 days a week at all 3 of our locations, Jeanette, Monroeville, and Latrobe. We invite you to join us for our specials. Monday, the special is spaghetti. Tuesday, it's raviolis. Wednesday, it's lasagna. And Thursday, it's chicken parmesan or chicken romano. Be sure to try our drink specials and our fabulous desserts. And remember, we also have takeout available at all 3 locations.
East Suburban Sports Medicine, Western Pennsylvania's #1 physical therapy practice, is now in Greensburg, voted by Trib Live readers as the best of the best. Our new Greensburg clinic provides orthopedic, concussion, lymphedema, and pelvic health therapy. Conveniently located at 133 Donahoe Road, right next to Best Buy. East Suburban Sports Medicine, the best care anywhere, hands down. Call 412-856-8060 and schedule an appointment today.
If your home, office, or rental property sustains water or fire damage, Service Master Complete Restoration by Stiffy is your go-to call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The Stiffy family's been serving the greater Pittsburgh area for over 32 years. Service Master Complete Restoration by Stiffy features friendly, licensed professionals that are here to deliver peace of mind with a fast response, expert service, and guaranteed satisfaction. Contact Service Master by Stiffy today at 724-834-8889 or servicemasterbystiffy.com.
Stadium lights are going out. The bleachers are empty. The reason? No officials. When fans are disrespectful to the calls on the field and those who make them, it is a hard position to fill. Show your support for your PIAA officials by demonstrating respect. Let's all work together so the game is great for everyone.
Back here on the Westmoreland Sports Network, we're joined by the Scotties out of Southmoreland, thanks to head coach Dan Boring, Tristan Ice, and Mason, the Mullet Man, Niederheiser. Gentlemen, thank you so much for coming out and joining us. Coach, you're a very busy man, and you decided to get busier. You're the AD. It's gym teacher?
Physical education, but yeah, gym teacher, yep.
I'm sorry, politically correct, which I'm not. Father, husband, and now a volleyball coach. How in the heck did you get roped into that? And congratulations, you won the Scotties' first ever playoff game.
We did. So as the AD, always doing searches for head coaches. Our previous head coach had resigned. We could not find a coach all spring and summer. Kind of got involved in the open workouts, and heading into the season still hadn't had a coach. So I jumped on board and
interviewed myself.
You got the job, I did. Yeah. I had some good questions in the mirror. We did. It was a good time. So we had a good year. I mean, the girls did a great job, and like you said, we won the first ever playoff game in school history. So
and it's a family affair for you.
It is. My wife was my assistant coach. She's coached at Charlotte High School in the past, played at York, and then my stepdaughter was on the team. So yeah, it was a family affair. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Awesome. Well, do us a favor. Give us a quick recap at the end of last season, your off-season training regimen, and then the campaign as it's already kicked off.
Yeah. So I mean, last year was one of our better years in the my fourth year as the head coach. We've been consistently in the playoffs every year. We actually won the first playoff match since I think 2016, beating Freedom in the first round and losing to Burgettstown. We took 5 kids into Southwest Regions. 2 of which moved on to the state tournament, and Anthony Govern and Andrew Johnson. Anthony was real close to placing out there as well. He went 1 and 2 and lost, right before the blood round there, but he was in position to, do well out there, and so was Andrew. These 2 were at the regional tournament last year as well. As we finished that season, we kind of took a small break, but then we got right into some spring practices. We had consistently 15 to 20 kids showing up throughout the spring. Summertime, we had some camps. Tom Tomio came in. Sent some kids out to Morgantown, West Virginia for a camp with Coach Flynn down there. Brought in Robbie Waller for a camp. We did a lot of youth stuff. I had a lot of youth clinics, bringing in the younger kids, working with them, having these guys in there, working with the kids in the room. And then in the fall, we took a little breaks. A lot of our kids play multiple sports. They're playing football. Tristan played on the boys' soccer team this year. And then we restarted about 3.5 weeks ago and got rolling, and here we are. So
numbers looking good?
Yeah, we're at 24 on the high school team. I got 7 girls on the girls team, and we have 15 at the junior high, about 50 at the JO. So we're looking good. Yeah, sanctioned PA.
You're one of those sanctioned PAs.
Yep, we got a girls team rolling and looking good. So
awesome news. Jeff, go ahead.
Yeah, so Chris asked about your numbers. I was able to see your team photo. I think it was on Twitter.
Yeah,
I got to see everybody, the girls and the guys on there. I was really impressed with your numbers. So what you're doing is obviously working. You're getting the numbers out. You're building off the success that you had last year. I asked Troy earlier in the previous interview, and I'd like to get your take on it because now you are in your 5th season. You probably have a little bit more to say about this, but the section realignment, it also means that because you have 2 more dates section-wise to wrestle, you had to think about your other teams that you wanted to schedule. How did that affect you this year, making a schedule so that?
Yeah, we started off this Wednesday with Bell Vernon. We had originally planned to wrestle Derry on the opening day of this past Friday, and looking at the schedule, we would have had a big gap, whether we're in the team playoffs or not, big gap from the end of team playoffs to the individual start. So we moved Derry to the end of the year. We'll get rolling with Bell Vernon, and then we have the Babbitt duels, kind of kept it the normal we've had in the past. So we really didn't change much with the new format. Just moved Derry from the start of the year to the end. They're non-section now this year. So, but I wanted to get Derry in there. I'm a Derry guy.
That's one you like.
Yeah,
right?
Dolan, I wrestled with him in practice all the time as his teammates growing up. So it's good to keep them on the schedule. I really enjoy going back home and wrestling. They're a quality program, they always have been. So keeping them on the schedule was good. We had the Holiday Classic. Our section-wise, you got Mount Pleasant. They're going to be good again this year under Zach Snyder. Buck Watkins or Frazier's back in our section. They're going to have their best team they've had in years. And, you look at Albert Gallatin's a big school, got a lot of kids in the team. Bell Vernon's got some solid kids. York has a full lineup this year. Our sections overall is going to be pretty tough quality-wise as well. So our guys will be ready to battle, and I like our schedule. It really sets them up well, not only for the team side of it, but to achieve their goals at the end of the year. So I like where we're at.
What's the team count looking like for the Classic?
35.
35. Is that up, down, where you want it?
So I had 36 to start last year, and then still with the COVID stuff and quarantines, we had 31 the day of the tournament. Literally, teams dropped out that morning. So, yeah.
That happens from time to time. Tristan, Mason, let's switch it over to you guys. Both you guys, seniors, your leaders, talk a little bit about the environment in the room right now. They're fighting over airtime.
Right now, we're trying to keep in good spirits. A lot of guys battling through a lot of little bumps and bruises, but you're going to have that at the beginning. Just trying to keep it very positive, high energy, just getting the work in and getting out.
Well, me personally and other guys that play football, just trying to get back out of the football shape and in the wrestling shape and get out there and get the job done.
Do you think wrestling and football definitely complement each other as far as a lot of the skill sets for your position as a heavyweight wrestler?
Yeah, more like the good footwork for wrestling helps out with football because you got to have good feet and move the block and stuff like that.
So I have a specific question for you, because when I was going and looking at some of your background and what you've done over the years, you being a senior now, you've been to 285 your sophomore year and 285 last year. A little bit sophomore year, had some good competition, not probably the record you wanted. Last year you flipped that and went 24-11 and fourth in the district. Of your 24 wins last year, 20 were by fall. You knew that though, probably.
Yeah, I knew.
Okay. So the main thing that I saw was, and I don't know, maybe you will have to have a conversation with Coach here. In your entire high school career, you've never been into the third period.
No.
Nope. So when it comes to conditioning in the room, do you say to Coach, "Hey, Coach, man, I don't need this. I'm either going to win or," do you have fights with him about doing the conditioning?
Sometimes. Yeah, most of the time, yeah.
Yeah. So goals this year for you as far as wrestling? Football is behind you. The season's over. What are your plans as far as wrestling goes for your goals?
Well, I hope to make a state run this year, and hopefully it plays.
Right. Good. Tristan, you've been, I want to say, and Dan, you correct me if I'm wrong, you've been a utility guy for Southmoreland from at least last year, I think, right? So, yeah, you got moved around. You did what Coach expected of you or needed of you. And now, you didn't have a postseason last year, did you? Or was it the year before?
It was the year before.
Year before. And was that due to injury?
It was.
Okay, sorry about that, because you were having a pretty good season and then all of a sudden had some injury. What was the injury?
I actually broke one of my fingers right at I think it was this one. It broke right at the knuckle.
Uh-huh.
And it was, the tip of my finger was just kind of hanging there. And it broke clean through. So it wasn't even that, but the nail fell off.
Got infected.
Yeah, and it turned all big and purple, and
Ugly.
Unfortunately the trainer saw it.
Yeah,
so.
Ugly. Mason wanted to grab duct tape it up for you, get you back out there.
But a good junior year for you, going I want to say 23 and 14. You placed in districts, and same question: what are your goals for this season? Obviously, you want to probably go to the state tournament and probably be a place winner. What are you doing, or what have you changed this year in your training to maybe achieve that goal?
This off season's been a lot of obviously lifting and conditioning, trying to stay, and then a lot of footwork because I've noticed I've been really slow on my feet. and a lot more work on neutral because my bottom's gotten a lot better. I've always been tough on top, but neutral I've always had a weak point. So that's been a big area of focus.
What are the goals after high school? College, work, trade school?
I'd like to wrestle in college.
I'm not going to college. It's not college ain't for me. I'm just going to rate in the workforce. Hopefully, laborers union, go for construction or some concrete or something like that.
Awesome. What do you guys like to do outside of the room, or sports, I should say?
For sports,
outside of sports, hobbies. What do you like to do?
I like to fish. I'm a big hunter, and I love hanging out with my buddies on the weekend doing dumb stuff.
Doing dumb stuff. I love it. That mullet's that is like, I don't know. That's like IROC Z now. Oh, yeah, there it is right there. There it is. How's mine look, Mason? I went and got it trimmed today.
I like it. It looks good.
It's getting there.
You got to get another one.
Another.
Do it again.
Nice close-up. There we go.
Yeah. That's the RoboCam. Thanks to producer Dan Flickinger. Tristan, who's the jokester in the room?
So a lot of the times it's Coach Boring, and it's mainly making fun of Gavin Swaro, which he's a good sport about it, but he deserves it mostly. But he makes a lot of jokes back, so it evens out.
So it's a two-way street.
Yeah.
You know, with the development of women's wrestling over at Southmore, how exciting is that, knowing that you're just contributing to the overall growth of the sport? How excited are you to have 7 female wrestlers now?
It's really nice to see it growing. My sister is actually wrestling for us this year. She's a freshman. Her name's Caitlin. So
Very
I'm excited
cool.
to see her go out
Caitlin
there.
Ice. You were the Ice Man. What are we going to call her? Ice? We'll figure it out.
The Ice Queen.
You can't call her Ice Girl. We'll figure that one out. Don't worry, Caitlin. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Honestly, I think it's pretty cool that we have a girls team, and it's nice that we're getting other people out and the females out to wrestle and getting them to experience a sport, really hard sport that we do.
Awesome. Good stuff. Well, hey, that is the Southmoreland Scotties. Want to thank Dan Boring, Tristan Ice, and Mason Mullup and Niederheiser. Guys, thanks so much. We look forward to calling some of your matches Matt's side this year. Coming up next, we'll have Belle Vernon, assistant coach sales, will be joining us next right here on the Westmoreland Sports Network. Don't go anywhere.
I've been young as a long time. I've been within the room with some really good guys in college now, and I'm excited to see them come back and help in some of the camps we're going to be going to.
I've been going to these camps my whole life. I've jumped levels. The stuff I learned there I use every single day.
Nunzio's Italian Restaurants would like to express our sincere thanks to all of our loyal customers for their continued support dating back to our beginning in 1977. Since then, we've grown from our original location in Jeanette. We then added Monroeville in 1997 and expanded even further as we moved into the Arnold Palmer Regional Airport in Latrobe in 2004. It is our pleasure to provide our customers with the very best experience. We look forward to seeing you soon.
Your next golf adventure awaits at Manor Valley Golf Course in Export. Manor Valley offers 18 scenic holes over gentle sloping fairways and the purest putting surfaces around. Manor Valley Golf Course in Export is the perfect place to host your next golf outing, banquet party, or shower. Manor Valley also offers league play and great membership rates. Tee times available. Call 724-744-4242. Visit ManorValleyGC.com.
Now is the time to save at Sendell Subaru in Greensburg. We've got inventory on the lot and more on the way. Forester, Outback, Ascent, Legacy, and more. Get a great deal on a new 2022 Subaru. Check out SendellSubaru.com today. Looking to turn your current vehicle into cash? Sendell pays top dollar. Get your best deal at Sendell Subaru, Route 30 Greensburg, SendellSubaru.com. We would love to meet you.
We're joined by the Belle Vernon Leopards, AJ Sales Assistant Coach Cole Doppelhauer, Perry Riggle. Let's just get the elephant out of the room right away. Guys, first off, congratulations. Headed to the PIAA 4A State Championship this weekend at 3A at Cumberland Valley. How exciting is that?
It's really exciting, you know. We're doing something that no other Belle Vernon team has done yet.
The 1995 team, they won the Whip Yule, but they lost the next game after. So this is a big moment for most of Belle Vernon, especially for us.
Perry, go ahead.
Yeah, it's just really cool. We can on path to make Belle Vernon history if we can just take the final win home. It'd be really sick.
Awesome. We were actually at the game on Friday night, and boy, was it chilly up there. I left Greensburg, and it was kind of like T-shirt weather. I get up there, and I had 3 layers on. What was it like out there on the field hitting somebody?
Just cold, windy, just hurt, I guess.
Yeah, plus chasing that quarterback around everywhere. Man, he was just a gunslinger, wasn't he?
He was. He was one of the better quarterbacks I've ever seen. He was really good.
For sure. Go ahead, Cole.
For me personally, more of a skill player. It was really hard. It was like really windy, really cold. It was harder to catch the ball, obviously, and it was harder to see the ball because we were in like the middle of the mountains and the woods a little bit. So it was really dark outside, and it was harder to see. But it was a fun game, and that quarterback was really good. He was probably the best quarterback that we're gonna see, and it was fun though.
Awesome. Well, hey, best of luck to you guys this Saturday. We'll be rooting. I believe, Flick, we're going to have an audio broadcast on the Westmoreland Sports Network, so be sure to tune in. What time's their game?
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. Tune in. I'm sure they'll have a pregame show probably beginning at 12:30. Let's switch gears to the wrestling mat. Coach, quick recap on last year, some off-season training, and boom, here we are.
Yeah, so last year, we kind of fell short there. Obviously, everybody knows. Seconds from having our first state champ, unfortunately, but things are switching over pretty well. The kids are really into football, and it goes from wrestling right into baseball with a lot of our kids as well. So I'm accepting of that. We're slim on participants in a room right now.
How many wrestlers are on the football team?
Just about, I think we only have 6 guys in the room right now, so everybody else literally is on the football team. So we only have, unfortunately, I think 10. We're in that regrowing phase again from elementary to middle school to up. So our elementary numbers are really strong. I think there's, 79, something like that?
Just about 80 kids.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then middle school, I think we're at 18. It's actually gotten more since last year, and then we're at 10. We lost, obviously, we had a lot of seniors last year that we lost. Sure. So probably about 5, 6 of them are in the room right now. 2 of them actually don't play football anymore. They just stuck out with wrestling, and they'll transition baseball as well. So
okay.
So, Coach, kind of thinking about, having majority of your team still on the field playing football, what's the game plan for your first competition that's coming up?
So, obviously, Coach Boring actually, Wednesday, I think, is our first competition. I don't even know what's going to happen with that yet exactly. As far as numbers go, I don't know what the game plan is with the schools. After that, we're really looking forward to, these guys won't even be ready until probably, I want to say, Trojan Wars maybe? Like actual first, like when we have everybody back,
Sure.
The conditioning. They're going from cold weather football to hot weather wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
So that cardio's got to get back in, that footwork, all that. You go from cleats to wrestling shoes, you know how that is when you're off for so long.
Guys, talk about the excitement you must have. I mean, obviously you're going to the state title game this week, but are you excited to get on the mat and be back with your teammates?
Yeah, I'm excited because, after a long time of football, you get tired of it, but, it's a really exciting experience for us right now. But I'm really excited about wrestling because it's probably my favorite sport to do, more because it's you have to have mental toughness, you have to have all sorts of different attributes to yourself. So I think that is probably really exciting to get to be back out on the mat and win some matches.
Do you think a lot of those skill sets that you have on the football field come from wrestling?
I think it does because you need to have good footwork for football and wrestling, and as a skill guy for football, being able to escape takedowns, get out on bottom, get good sprawls and stuff, that helps me make people miss, get through tackles and different things like that on the football field.
Nice. Go ahead, Perry. Excited to get back on the mat, and the characteristics from football to wrestling, do they compare?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited just to get back to wrestling. Football's been a long season, and hopefully we can just finish it off on a good part.
So I have a question for both of you. Is it a long season going to the state championship game or going 0-10? Which would be longer?
Definitely going 0-10. It's just
So suck it up, Buttercup. You got one more game to go win, right?
Yep.
Go ahead, G.
So, looking, obviously, you don't want to look past this last game, right? I mean, mentally, you guys are going to be locked in for football. But thinking, wrestling season, Cole, you placed third in the section, you were fifth at regionals. What type of things are you going to do this year on the mat to kind of help you get off the hump and get over the hump and get you down to Hershey?
Well, this year I'm hoping to win a Whippeal title for myself, and then after that, make it to States the next week, and then hopefully get a medal at States, because that'd be a big goal for me as a sophomore this year, and it's something that I've just dreamed a lot about, because my dad was a high school wrestling coach for Bell Vernon for a long time, and I watched a lot of those guys wrestle and place at States, and I've just always hoped and made that my goal to be able to do that as well.
Perry, how about you? Proving, last year you were 9-12. I mean, coming now, you're a junior. What type of things do you plan on doing differently to improve upon the season that you had last year?
I really just want to get a lot more mentally and physically tougher. I felt myself almost giving up a little bit last year. I just want to make it past, get to Whippeals, maybe try to place there. That'd be really good.
Outside of wrestling, football, what do you guys like to do?
I really like to have fires with my friends, like maybe blow some
You're
stuff
not a pyro, are you?
A little bit.
A little bit. Oh, geez. How about you, Cole?
I'm a big dirt bike guy. I like going out and riding dirt bikes with my friends, and I like playing Xbox. That's two of my favorite things to do when I'm not at sports, doing other things, because they take up a lot of my time, and those are things that I can just do whenever I need to do and to have fun.
Coach AJ, now he plays football, and now we know he's a dirt bike rider. Which one of those makes you more nervous?
Honestly, the dirt bike.
Sure.
Naturally. So he's a good football player, so I'm okay with that.
Coach, talk about yourself outside of wrestling. What do you do?
I'm actually an avid hunter myself. Pretty big hunter. I'm not much of a fisherman. Stick in the gym. Go to wrestling clinics whenever I get a chance. My alma mater. I visit up there. Visit kids that up again University once in a while. I try to make a trip up over Christmas break, maybe once after that. So.
Do you work in the district?
So no, I'm employed by I'm a state trooper.
Oh.
So, yes. So that's I'm in a crime unit there.
Okay.
So.
All right. Well, it's always good to know, state trooper.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, for sure. Good, G.
So, Coach, again, going back to having half your team on the football field right now, what's the game plan maybe to kind of if you can fast track their conditioning or fast track that preparation to get them kind of in wrestling shape, because at that point, by the time they're back, one competition's already going to be over, right? And you said I think the next competition back are going to be duels, right? So that's multiple matches in one day. What type of things are you going to do in the mat room to kind of speed up that process, if that's even possible?
So my thing is, we get, let's say, for example, traditionally it's a 2-hour practice. I'm minimal on. I get everybody. These guys want to take a water break. I actually myself lose track of taking breaks during practice, and usually Bob has to be like, hey, we need water break, whatnot, because I'm the type of guy. I transitioned. I coached college for 5 years, transitioned right into high school, so for the longest time I had that mindset of just go. You guys yourselves know what the college atmosphere is like, so I still get stuck in that where drilling's a big part. These guys are finally feeding into the program of, you lose a lot of weight whenever you're drilling the right way. You're doing what you're supposed to. So that getting your heart rate up, keeping it there for a long time, not letting it get back down for as long as you possibly can. That's for me. That's what worked for me. That's what I try to instill in these kids. And some of them, the ones that were successful, bought into it. I mean, you see the record that we've had over the last 5. When I moved home, 2014. Since then, so we had a lot of kids that feed into it.
All right. That's your Bell Vernon Leopards, guys. Obviously, best of luck this Saturday. We'll be pulling for you. And then, get yourself into wrestling and get ready to go. And we'll look forward to being matside and calling some of your matches. Again, that's the Bell Vernon Leopards. Thanks to Coach AJ, Cole, and Perry. And we love to have tricks up our sleeves here at the Westmoreland Sports Network. Each year we invite a very special guest to join us. And no, I'm not going to tell you, but you'll just have to hang around for a couple of minutes. We'll return right here on the Westmoreland Sports Network.
building a championship team, I know for you, it's all about the details. The same goes with the Bowsers.
No doubt about it. I mean, it's the tiny little details every single day, not forgetting about it the next day and maybe doing it the following day. I mean, I think details are everything.
As Coach says, get your eyes right on the power of Bowser.
The Bowser family is proud to have Coach Narduzzi as part of our team.
Hi, Westmoreland sports fans. This is Al Gallardo, financial advisor with Lincoln Investment and longtime Westmoreland County resident. Whether it's a traditional or Roth IRA, 403B or 457 plan, mutual funds, ETFs, stocks, or bonds, I can help you navigate the markets and assist you in achieving all of your goals. Call me at 724-309-8337 or email me at agallardo@lincolninvestment.com and we'll get started together. Good luck to all of the area's athletes and coaches this season.
The Westmoreland Sports Network is available on social media. Follow us on Twitter and Instagram, and like our page on Facebook for the latest Westmoreland County sports news, WSN broadcast links, scores, game stories, videos, pictures, and much, much more. Also be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel for archived interviews and broadcast highlights. The Westmoreland Sports Network is available whenever and however you want it.
The Collision Shop by Jason Mignone is your one-stop shop for all things auto body repair. Our experienced technicians and state-of-the-art facilities have you covered on both passenger and heavy-duty vehicle repairs, including scratches, scrapes, and dents, free estimates, body repairs, welding, refinishing, glass replacement, and more. Our all-new alignment and calibration shop has the tooling, equipment, and staffing to ensure top-quality alignment and calibration adjustments for your vehicle. Our friendly office staff is more than happy to assist you through every step of your vehicle's repair process. Visit the Collision Shop by Jason for our complete list of services.
Back here on the Westmoreland Sports Network, as promised, we're joined by our special guest, Donnie Hall, D. Hall.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for coming out here and joining us. Near Falls with D. Hall. We need the backstory. Give it to us.
Well, thank you, first of all, for inviting me. I really appreciate the opportunity, guys. It's first of all, I'm just hanging out here talking to all these guys, talking to the kids. You know what's crazy is how big these kids are. Like I wrestled 215 in high school, and these kids are a lot bigger than I was in high school. So, but I appreciate the invite. But for the podcast, man, it was I had my son in 2019, and I've always been like a nut with wrestling. I talk about it so much. My mother and father-in-law, my in-laws are they're a wrestling family, so like I'm obsessed. That's all I talk about is wrestling. And Justin Waters, if you guys know him out there. Ty, his son, just won a state championship last year. I'm sure we'll get into that a little bit. But he's a master motivator, man. And he was one of my coaches growing up, so he's always telling me, he's like, you need to do a podcast. He's like, you're good at talking to people. He's like, you need to do a podcast. And I'm like, all right, Justin, all right. So then I finally said, all right, I'm going to do the podcast, but you're going to be my first guest. And didn't think he would do it. And he's like, all right, let's do it. I'm like, oh, shit.
I'm in it now.
So, I'm in it. But he was my first guest. I released it, and to this day, that's my most listened to episode out of all my episodes.
Really?
To this day. So 60 some odd episodes later, he's still the number one most listened to episode. And I think that was kind of what it was. It just took off out of nowhere, and 60 episodes later, here I am.
And you've had some outstanding guests, and
one of them
people
sitting right next to you.
Yeah,
yes,
right.
Sir.
I
Chris
mean,
Smith, episode 47.
You're gonna make me blush.
Yeah,
and he is too.
Yeah, so he was on there. He was, one of my favorites. We had a good time when Chris came on.
Yeah, and thank you. I've actually joined you for some interviews that you had. You did some a number of interviews with some head coaches around the WPIL to get things going. That was released this past week, and that viewership had to be pretty amazing because Twitter was going
the early
nuts.
numbers are coming in really well for it. I was talking to some of these guys. I did a little bit of a different format this time. I did all of us together, the whole thing, put it together. I time-stamped it. So it came in just under 5 hours, which was a long one. But, the love on Twitter, Kaz and I were just talking about it. Kaz, big part of that. He's been helping me out a lot, doing the interviews and stuff. So the numbers on that are coming in really good, and as well as the love. That's the one thing about this wrestling community, man. Everyone, in my opinion, one of the guys are sitting right next to me. I've come pretty close to this guy, and I'm, so the love I feel and the love I felt whenever we released it. So it's pretty cool, man. It makes it easy to do.
Sure. Well, especially when you have the talent.
Yes.
I mean, you.
Right in the
not only are
backyard.
you in the greatest state for wrestling, but you're probably in the greatest little nook with the counties that we have as far as
Yes.
the level of competition. What's the future for the podcast? What's that looking like? Do you want to develop, grow it?
Yeah, the goal is to just keep moving forward, bringing Kaz on, and we do a weekly Tuesday show. So that's been a lot of fun, and we just try to bring 3 guests on, a college level wrestler, a high school level wrestler, a coach or something. But we're just trying to stay consistent with it. That's the biggest thing. But man, it's a lot of fun. The people I've met through it, you guys, Kaz, Mark Ivano, not here. He's another one who he can't really be on it this year because he's helping out Troy at West Allegheny, which Troy's taken over there. So, but yeah, it's going well.
Yeah, keep giving your shout outs. I mean, who has helped you, from the beginning till now? Who do these credits go to? You've built it, obviously.
Right.
It's yours. And we all in the community and the listeners out there love it because we can't get enough of wrestling.
Yeah.
And you've had quite a few people that have worked with you and brought you along. I mean,
Yeah.
you can see I'm sporting my hat. This didn't just happen today. I met this young man years ago, and he says, I'm getting this going, and we're getting hats. We got some gear. And I said,
Yeah.
you're a man after my own heart. You have a black hat. And he says, well, here, have one. And we just kept going. But who else you need to give shouts to?
Rocky McGeary Jr., he was actually the one who came up with the name. We were, sitting down just chatting about it one night after golf, and he said, you should call it Near Falls with D Hall. And I was like, that's it. We're running with it. And so I give shout out to Rocky.
Talk about the segment that you have at the end of each podcast that associates with the name.
Yeah, the Near Falls with D Hall. And that's it's an interesting question because it goes a many of different ways. So I kind of ask it, your favorite near fall or pin you've ever been a part of, right? And that could go in many different directions. In my opinion, when I first thought it was like, well, I had a pin to beat Bethel Park when I was a junior. That was my most memorable moment that I remember. But these guys go to about a different direction. Some go teammates. Some go, they were sitting in the coach's corner, and one of the kids that they've been really, really, really trying to push along finally gets over the hump and gets a near fall or pin. So it's a very cool question, and I like to ask it. Yes.
Yeah, I remember mine was Troy Letters, at the NC2A semifinals,
Yeah. And it could be anyone. It's very cool. And that's what I found that as I've done this podcast, and I'm on Westmoreland Sports Network with you guys, but I'm not from Westmoreland Sports. I'm from West Allegheny, down the other side of the parkway there. But I've had a ton of Westmoreland Sports Network guys. And I'm going to read a list, shameless plug there, bud. But Ryan Tucker, who you guys had on earlier, episode number 43. Kyle Martin, episode 41. Matt Leby, episode 38. Ty Reinhardt, Greensburg Salem Boy, episode 34. The Knoll Brothers, episode 31. Vinny D, episode 29. We're in his house.
Yeah.
Josh Shields, episode 16. And Dom Nania recently, St. Vincent coach, episode 60. So trying to do as much. I mean, the history out here, it makes it really easy to kind of pick guys, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
so,
there's such a wealth
yeah.
in the well that you get to pick from. It's got to be so exciting. You mentioned earlier West Allegheny. That's where it all started for you. Throw a plug out there.
Oh, man. You're going to get me on my soapbox, man. Those are my guys out there. It really, growing up, Ronnie Tarquinio was the guy I looked up to big time. So he was kind of like the guy, Chris Lape, guys like that, the Campbell brothers. So when I got older, Ronnie was still around the program when I was a sophomore. And the sophomore year, that was the big turning point for me. My practice partner was Jake Leninsky, Whitfield champion for West Allegheny. So that was my practice partner, man. He used to beat me up pretty good. And but I got over it, and that's when I found the love for wrestling was my sophomore year, I would say. So shout out Jake Leninsky. But so Ronnie took over the program, and he really put it in a really good direction. And then eventually it came to Ronnie was over at Trinity, so he ended up over there teaching. When you're working in different districts and stuff, you guys know it's tough, right? So Aaron come home. He was out in the middle of state Lockhaven, came home, took over the program, and continued to build it. And, there was a pipeline for a long time. Ty Waters, finally broke through last year and won that state championship for West Allegheny. And those that are listening out there, the West Side boys you guys know how big I was. Ty, you know how big I was for our program. Big, big, big deal, man. It's big. We've had a lot of guys right on the doorstep and never got over that hump. So For him
I
to
remember
do
the celebration last year at States. It was awesome. It was great to be with you and all those guys at West Day.
It was a big deal, man. And and Mike Johnson, who was my head coach, he's running the junior high program now. And Troy Regard, 3-time Whitfield champions, back at the helm. He's new head coach. And he's got a hell of a team coming back this year, man. I could talk about that team for days. Sean Taylor, Nico Taddy, Nick Jones. He's got a couple nice freshmen on that team too. So they're
think they're going to make a run?
I hope so. I mean, I'm a fan. I love West Allegheny wrestling with all my heart, and the team that they're putting together now, and the team that's coming, I can't name a more exciting time. My brother was in. They were a lot of fun watching my brother after I graduated. But right now, man, it's a lot of fun watching this program, and it's on the rise.
Sure. This season, obviously, Southwestern Pennsylvania, there are a wealth of events, different tournaments. What are you most excited for this season?
Well, obviously, I think one of the highlights of the middle of the year is the Powerade tournament, right? You have to look at that. Just the way that Frank builds that. He just brings every single tough team in, the Sems, the Blairs, Malvern, all the tough Ohio teams. And that's – and we were talking about that, right? Trying not to repeat ourselves, right? I think I said Powerade was a meat grinder like 10, 15 times on my coach's show that I released. And, some of the teams that are pulling out, and it's understandable. It really is one of the best, if not the best, high school tournament in the country. So that's a highlight. The Southmoreland Classic, that's another highlight. But honestly, getting down to one of my favorite is the team
sections.
Yeah, the team sections and team Whitfields, man. And last year was kind of interesting. I know they were back-to-back. Some people didn't like that over in Washington County. But for me, I kind of was able to make both. I went to the first match, and then I skipped over, and Marky Bono and I caught the second match over at Peters Township. And, man, it's a lot of fun. I just love just covering it, going as many matches as I can. But that I would have to say that's a highlight for me. And then, for the West A boys, we'll see what happens whenever they come individual time in and see as many as we can push through for sure.
Well, I know I speak for us as well as everybody out there listening. We love the sport. We love to talk about it. And we also love having more guys like you that have the passion that all of us do to just keep bringing more information to you listeners out there, giving another platform, somewhere else that they can go to hear some quality information from somebody that loves it and just keeps pushing. 64 episodes deep so far. The coaches thing with 23 of the WPIL coaches. Obviously, we're doing the Westmoreland County coaches, but you had some Westmoreland County. You touched everywhere in the Whitfield that you could. That show could have been a day long.
But when I first put it
actually,
in the
before you started chopping and screwing, it probably was about a day long.
It was like 9 hours but that's Smitty hung out with us the one night, and that was so much fun. We just kind of hang out and we chop it up. There's no video because I don't want to put any pressure on these guys. We're just kind of hanging out, and then it's really just it's like you're hanging out in someone's basement and just talking about wrestling. That's what I love.
It's unplugged.
It's so much fun, man.
Yeah,
it really is, and it's so addicting.
And I think our goals align.
Yeah.
Our goal is to connect all of you out there with the wrestlers, the coaches, the programs, their communities. And I think it's just such a great job that you do. And again, want to thank you for coming out, hanging out. I mean, you've seen some great wrestlers, some great coaches come in.
It makes
and you
it
have
easy. I'm a
taken
wrestling
complete
junkie,
advantage
man.
of it.
Yeah, I'm a wrestling junkie. Anytime I can get around a bunch of wrestlers. I came in, there was a football game on, a wrestling match over there, a wrestling match on the laptop. I'm like, I'm good. Let's settle in. You know what I mean? So Vinny has a really nice place down here, and it was a lot of fun hanging out with you guys.
Awesome. Well, hey, thanks so much for coming out, brother.
We'll
catch you again soon. When's the next podcast dropping? You probably need a little break from the last one.
Yeah, deep breath. But the biggest thing I'm trying to push, and Kaz is with me on that, the Tuesday live shows every 7 o'clock, 7:30. We try to get different guests on.
Recapping the weekend.
Yeah, recap. So, for instance, we have Ty Nauman coming on Tuesday talking about they just won the Eastern Area Tournament up there in Gateway. So he's going to talk about that. And we talked a little bit, maybe Carter Dybert from Franklin Regional, if we can get a hold of him. So I was talking to Leby outside about that. So, always trying to network, always trying to talk to people. That's the name of the game with the podcast world. So, but that's, meeting new people. It's so much fun.
Awesome. Thank you so much for coming on. That's Donnie Hall, Near Falls with D Hall. Check him out, all of his podcasts. You've done how many now? 67?
64.
64. So the 65th will be coming out next.
Yeah.
All righty. That'll do it. We'll return right here On the Westmoreland Sports Network with the Westmoreland County Wrestling Kickoff Show. Keep it here.
What keeps me coming back to Comrades is I know I'm going to get a good haircut every time I go there. And I know the people are going to be cool there, the vibe's going to be cool, and it's just going to be an overall good experience.
Consistency in haircuts, great atmosphere, everybody's friendly. It's like Cheers, everybody knows your name, and it's always a good time.
I always walk in and I'm like, I wonder what the vibe's going to be today. And I'm never disappointed.
That's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Coach, building a championship team, I know for you, it's all about the details. The same goes with the Bowsers.
No doubt about it. I mean, it's the tiny little details every single day, not forgetting about it the next day, and maybe doing it the following day. I mean, I think details are everything.
As Coach says, get your eyes right on the power of Bowser.
The Bowser family is proud to have Coach Narduzzi as part of our team.
Hi, I'm Ryan DeShyla Jordan, and I'm a musical theater major. And the Seton Hill Theater and Dance Department is where I call home. At first, I wasn't sure I'd fit in, but it was a major turning point for me when I started joining clubs and doing fun things around campus, like the step team and singing my heart out at karaoke nights. I'm also a resident assistant, so I can help other students have their own great Seton Hill experience. Now, I'm not afraid to try anything.
I officiate PIAA sports, and I am an accountant.
I officiate PIAA sports, and I'm a teacher.
I'm a PIAA basketball official, I'm a firefighter, I'm a father, and I'm also a fan. I think it's easy for people to forget that we are regular people, that the same people I'm refereeing, that my kid plays with those kids sometimes. My kids play in the same league as these kids.
One of the greatest aspects of officiating is building relationships with the partners you're working games with, getting to know them as people, and also building relationships with the players and the coaches that are on the field with you every game.
These kids work so hard day in and day out, and you get to watch the benefit of them getting a new personal record, them making that bar that they've been dreaming of for weeks, and you get to have the front row seat to witness that every single day.
Joining us from Cougar Mountain here at Manor Valley Golf Club, it is the Yacht Cougars head coach Larry Hickson, Cole Keller, and Gavin Roebuck. Gavin, a return interviewee, repeat offender, whatever we want to call you, back for some more this year. Coach, let's jump into it. Give us a quick recap on last season, the postseason there, and then some of the off-season training as you head into this year's campaign.
Absolutely. Last year, was my first year. We started out about 10 kids in a room. Gavin and a couple other football players kind of roped me into coaching because they didn't have a coach. I ended up loving it. We had a great time. We had a rough season. We only filled maybe 6 weight classes moving through. But we got some traction by the end of the year. We ended up winning 3 matches. Kids got excited. Everyone got better. We had a good season. And I loved it. I think I had the most fun. I went into it like I'm going to do it just so the kids have a season. And I ended up, I had a good time.
What do you love most about it, Coach?
Just wrestling with the kids and the action, and, wrestling's such a great sport, Being away from it for so long, coaching football, you kind of miss that. Wrestling's more of like a brotherhood, like football.
Yeah.
There's a different feel from football to wrestling. They're both great sports, but wrestling's just got that different feel to it.
We couldn't agree anymore.
We were young. We had a lot of kids that never wrestled. All the coaches were great. We wrestled. They help you. You don't get that in other sports. Wrestling, you kind of get that brotherhood. So it was awesome. So, going into the off season, our big deal. Gavin was a good supporter of recruiting kids from the football team, soccer team, whatever, cross country, band. We'll take anybody.
Did you make him some gourmet dishes to coax them into coming? He wants to be a master chef.
Yeah, we didn't forget about that.
Yeah. So, we worked hard. We had a good football season. Tough. We had a lot of injuries, but we got 20 kids in a wrestling room this year.
That is awesome.
We have a middle school program this year for the first time in probably 8 years. And we have what's awesome at Yacht is we have our youth program pushing They got like 60 kids wrestling. So, you know, it's usually you're trying to get the youth to wrestle. And we got the youth kind of pushing us to wrestle. So
awesome.
It's a good problem in York right now. So.
And that was going to be my question. You know, last year being your first year as the head coach, you know, kind of trying to build the program right. And I was going to ask, you know, what type of things are you continuing to do to rebuild it? It sounds like, you know, with 60-plus kids down in your JO program, pushing to have a junior high program, that things are kind of taking care of itself.
It is. It's kind of easy. Well, I don't want to say it's easy, but it's nice when the youth is pushing above. You know, we're not going down there trying to get kids that we don't know. You know, they're there. You know, they're pushing kids to us. So, you know, it's good. It's a good problem to have. So it's looking up in York.
Let's switch gears over to you guys. I mean, talk about that development and growth over there at York that's happening. I'm sure that you all have helped with that development. Are you spending some time down there at the JO practices?
Yeah, it's tough to get some time, but as much as you can be down there, to help out, or just there to help the kids practice. It's always good to I guess encourage the kids to get down there and stick with wrestling your all the way up from JOs to high school, and to see how much more improved you get over the years. It's crazy.
Go ahead, Cole. You can switch them off.
I haven't been down there yet, but having all those kids at a young age just going the whole way up through, like me and Gavin both wrestled when we were kids. We didn't have a middle school, we didn't get to wrestle middle school, so having those kids come up, push a middle school program, is good. It's good to have for high school.
And both of you play football?
Yes.
Yep.
Doing a lot of recruiting from the football team to come out and wrestle?
Tried to, yeah. I'd say almost doubling our kids from last year feels good. And it's good to have a big program, bigger program, and hopefully to compete more this year and win more, and just individually getting better as wrestlers.
Well, as Coach Parse said earlier, in Double A, a lot of times if you can fill a lineup, your chances of being successful are pretty good just by filling a lineup, and you're going to do that this year.
Yeah. I think last year we filled 6 weight classes, give or take throughout the season. I think we're looking at 10. We don't have a full lineup yet. We can't find them small kids in York. They don't grow them small over there, I guess. So, the two.
They even gave you another pound too.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll have 10 solid weight classes we'll fill, and that, like you said, it's huge. We would, if you can fill a weight, you can fill a whole lineup. I mean, you got a spot, you got a shot. So, I'm excited going into the season.
And this past weekend was the official competition start for this season. York did not compete this past weekend. What do you guys have coming up, and what are you looking forward to on your schedule?
Well, we start tomorrow. We got Brashear coming to York, Cougar Mountain. So we wrestle Brashear Monday. We wrestle a section match with EF on Wednesday, and then we're going to Shar Valley on Saturday for a dual tournament. So
who's all at those duels?
I'm not sure. We got Mars, Franklin Regional. I mean, it's tough. It's going to be a tough. It's not going to be. We're not looking for easy matches. We need to get on a mat as much as possible, because a lot of our kids, like Gavin and Cole, they haven't wrestled since JOs. So they missed those years. We need mat time. So we'll go anywhere, wrestle whoever. You know what I mean?
Are you seeing the overall morale in the room from the kids?
Yeah.
Improved from last year to this year?
Absolutely.
By sheer numbers?
I mean, just winning a few matches toward the end of the year, you know what I mean?
Momentum.
And momentum, and then the numbers, now we're looking for places to wrestle in the room, because, it's a room full of kids now. Last year, we didn't have that problem. So, yeah, it's good. It's a good problem. Everyone's going hard.
What do you guys love about wrestling? What's the biggest thing you love about it?
Wrestling, I just love the competitiveness. I'm a competitive person, playing sports my whole life. And I'd say even the competitiveness in the room is more, because you have to have wrestle-offs now this year to get those starting spots. And wrestling in itself, you can't blame anyone but yourself. So it's not like football or baseball, say if you lose, you can't put it on anyone else. It's all on you. And if you mess up, you got to fix your mistakes and you got to make up for it.
I don't know that I could have come up with a more professional answer than that. I loved you last year. I love you even more this year. Cole, go ahead.
I think Gavin hit it right on the head. Just the competitiveness, and it's not like where you're relying on anyone else. It's one-on-one. It's you and another person. You got to go out. You got to compete. If you want to win, you got to be great. It's really all you can do.
What do each of you like to do outside of athletics, hobbies?
I'm pretty much all sports. It's pretty much like the whole household is sports. It's the whole life is basically just all sports and nothing but sports.
And cooking.
Yeah, that too. I mean, I say now this year got to lose some more weight, so I'm just looking for just maybe not eating as much now and more conditioning.
Keto diet or something.
Yeah.
How about you, Cole?
Well, just coming off of football season into wrestling, I haven't decided on if I'm going to run track yet. Mostly just try and get sports throughout the whole year. I really enjoy watching pro sports, college, keeping up with all that, high school recruitment and everything. I think it's cool. It's what I want to go and be.
And you mentioned about losing more weight this year. So what projected weight classes do you see you guys self-competing at?
Me this year, it's going to function between 189 and 215 because unfortunately we just had our heavyweight go down for most of the year. So our 215 might have to bump up to a heavyweight, and then I might have to bump up to 215 just depending on where the teams have what weight classes and stuff like that. But still got a couple pounds to lose to get to 189, but I think I can do it with a couple more practices and stuff like that.
And then I'm going to be wrestling 160.
You guys work out together?
Sometimes we do a lot of king of the mat, just like coming up through, and even sometimes we'll do it in reverse order, so it's not just the little guys coming up through trying to, beat up on all the big guys. Sometimes it's the big guys are tired by the time they get to the little guys, and sometimes the little guys are just too quick, and and stuff like that. I mean, it's just trying to find the most person who's going to prove you more in the room. Sometimes it's different every day. It's like I said, it's competitive and it's fun.
What tournaments, matches do you have circled on your schedule that you're excited about this season?
For me, it's every single one. I want to improve more. I felt like I left myself down last year with how it ended, and I'm just looking to go out and compete in every single match. And I set a goal for myself this year to not get pinned and keep every match close.
That has to be the same with me. I just want to get every match, compete, every tournament, compete. Just pretty much it.
So, Coach, we ask the athletes about a specific event or match that they're looking forward to. Is there anything on your schedule that you kind of had circled that you're really looking forward to? Or to kind of see where you are?
That Westmoreland tournament's always awesome. The Holiday Classic. They do a great job over there. So, I mean, it's good for the wrestlers because, everyone gets to wrestle. I think we got 5 172s right now. You know what I mean? So, like Gavin said, the wrestle-offs, it's a war because they're all pretty close, So, that and Bell Vernon's in the section this year. That's my alma mater, so it'd be nice to go, wrestle Bell Vernon.
So you're pulling for a football win this Saturday,
Absolutely, pulling for a football win. Yeah, for sure. So those two matches, and our section's tough. We got Southmoreland's, Mount Pleasant. They're all good, but then you got the counties. That's like a war for sure. So but the Holiday Classic's good. They do a good job over there.
Awesome. Well, good stuff. Thank you, Yacht Cougars. That's Larry Hickson, Cole Keller, and Gavin Roebuck. Again, the Yacht Cougars. We'll see you soon, Matt's side. I'm sure of it. Coming up next, I don't see them here. We're going to jump to St. Vincent. We'll have St. Vincent and new head coach Don Dania coming up next on the Westmoreland Sports Network.
What keeps me coming back to Comrades is I know I'm in a good haircut every time I go there. And I know the people are going to be cool there, the vibe's going to be cool, and it's just going to be an overall good experience.
Consistency in haircuts, great atmosphere, everybody's friendly. It's like cheers, everybody knows your name, and it's always a good time.
I always walk in and I'm like, I wonder what the vibe's going to be today. And I'm never disappointed.
That's the power of
Coach, building a championship team, I know for you, it's all about the details. The same goes with the Bowsers.
No doubt about it. I mean, it's the tiny little details every single day, not forgetting about it the next day, and maybe doing it the following day. I mean, I think details are everything.
As Coach says, get your eyes right on the power of Bowser.
The Bowser family is proud to have Coach Narduzzi as part of our team.
Hi, I'm Ryan DeShyla Jordan, and I'm a musical theater major. And the Seton Hill Theater and Dance Department is where I call home. At first, I wasn't sure I'd fit in, but it was a major turning point for me when I started joining clubs and doing fun things around campus, like the step team and singing my heart out at karaoke nights. I'm also a resident assistant, so I can help other students have their own great Seton Hill experience. Now, I'm not afraid to try anything.
The Quest School of Wrestling is celebrating its 18th year of operation. Come meet Coach Jim Akerley and assistant Mason Beckman and see why Quest easily becomes family for your wrestler. The Quest School of Wrestling offers group coaching, open workouts, and private instruction to wrestlers at all levels, from elementary through high school. Call 412-352-3727 or QuestSchoolOfWrestling.com. The Quest School of Wrestling, with facilities open all year round in Washington, PA.
Smale Kia doesn't have time in this 30-second commercial to read all the great reviews about the all-new 2022 Kia Forte. Here's some of the highlights. Right now, get special low 1.9% APR for up to 60 months on the highly acclaimed 2022 Kia Forte. Shop our inventory or reserve your new Kia. 24/7 online at smalekia.com or Route 30 East Greensburg.
Back here on the Westmoreland Sports Network, we're joined by St. Vincent Bearcat new head coach, Don Nania. Coach, welcome to the Westmoreland County Wrestling Kickoff Show. Certainly very excited to have another higher ed institution bring wrestling back. Talk a little bit about it.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me. You guys do an amazing job and bringing light to the sport. As I was telling Mark over there, it's just so great to have the ability to shed light on what this area is doing for wrestling, and especially when it comes to women's wrestling and all that stuff like that. But you know, when at St. Vincent right now, it's a really exciting time. It's everything's very new. They're giving me a year to build and recruit, which you know I'm so thankful for. If we didn't have that, and I was hired in July, and starting would have been really, really difficult. So getting a year to build a competitive roster is going to be awesome, and we have a ton of support on campus, a ton of support in the community. So seeing what we can do in 12 months from now is big. But right now, it's, you know, weird. The first time I haven't been a part of a wrestling team since I can't even remember.
Yeah,
you know,
like
so
that
yeah,
big,
yeah,
right?
for sure. 4 years old probably at this point. So.
Now, Coach, I'm sure it's exciting and makes it a little bit easier that St. Vincent rests in the laurels of, you know, a hotbed for recruiting in high school wrestling. I know you can't speak to names and stuff like that, but how's the recruiting process going for you?
So the recruiting process has been great, to tell you the truth. We've had our fair share of visits, and probably all but 2 have applied. So it's a direct reflection of the type of campus we have, the type of academic programs we have, financial aid packages. All of those things are great at St. Vincent. It's the right place to build a program, and I don't think a lot of colleges can say that, you know. And the fact that St. Vincent has decided to move forward with wrestling and all the support we're having on their end is really great. And I can't imagine leaving my job and having to relocate anywhere else. Having it in our backyard is huge, and being able to do this with my wife and all the support I have from her, it's just an amazing opportunity, and something that, it being a new program, is huge. So
I forget what I was. Oh, you're going to compete in Division III. What conference? Is it the Pres?
So, yes, we're in the President's Athletic Conference. It'll be us, W&J, Teal, and Waynesburg. So they're it's just been those 3 for forever, you know,
Yeah.
and now having a 4th team, we're going to do some unique things with our conference tournament next year and all of that. So it'll be really, really fun as we continue to move forward and marketing our conference as well as a national power, hopefully in the next few years too. So it'll be a great time.
Awesome.
So, Coach, you know, it's been really enjoyable to watch kind of the journey on just social media, right? I saw you guys launched your singlet. I saw you just got the new headgears in, right? So just the buzz around there has to be awesome. You know, where are you I mean, have you given yourself a timeline on when, like, okay, you'd like to have everything solidified with your recruiting and have, you know, a team on the mat practicing by this date?
Yeah, so it's just, our hands are tied with a few things when it comes to logistics about getting on the mat and all of that. We're just looking at getting as many young men on campus that fit our vision right now, because that's huge. I want to make sure that I'm completely transparent in the recruiting process and what we expect, because building a new program, you're going to be asked to do things you won't have to do at a more established program, and a program with all of this history and tradition, because we're asking you to build that, right? So you look at the UPJs of the world and those programs that have been successful for, you know, Coach McCord has been there 47 years, you know, that's what we want. That's what we want to build, and we emulate that. So making sure that the kids understand if all we do is win a lot of wrestling matches, I failed as a head coach. I'm huge into relationships and building those relationships moving forward. I tell kids, if we don't talk after 4 years, that's a huge problem on my end. So having the ability to take the time with the recruiting process, make sure they know who I am as a person, know my family, know our staff, that's really, really important. So
now, Coach, are you also, looking at high school athletes, obviously, but looking at the transfer portal, looking at JUCO colleges as well, to try to find those hidden gems, so to speak, that are still out there?
Yeah, so it's important to build in components of a leadership role, right? So we can't expect a 25, 18-year-olds to come in and be leaders right away. So it's difficult. We'll look at some of that stuff and making sure it fits right, but they're going to have the same expectations as a young man, as a freshman coming in. You need to come in here and prove yourself and show that you're ready to go, because at this level, it's still really great wrestling. And if you come from a junior college or from somewhere else in the country, you have to be ready to go right away, because we're looking for guys that are coming in day one that are going to have to compete, and it's important to build a program around the majority of a freshman class, because growing together and doing things at the same rate is really important to the building our culture. So
building that foundation.
Yeah.
Are you seeing a lot of, obviously Division III, the ability to play two sports it's a little bit more common. Are you getting a lot of kids that maybe want to come and play football and or baseball?
Yeah, and I'm all for it, to tell you the truth. If you can do it academically, I'm completely fine with it. But as soon as grades start to slack a little bit, then we have to reevaluate it, right? Because if we have kids that are coming in and they don't meet our vision with having a 3.5 GPA, it's really not that beneficial, because when you go to grad school or you apply to go for a job interview, we want to see that you have a 3.5 on your GPA. So if you're playing football and wrestling, those are two very, very big time-involved sports. So your time is going to be really difficult throughout the year. So making sure that you're academically strong throughout that time is really important.
So previously wrestling was at St. Vincent College. When did that program end?
So I believe it was 1975, I think, was our final year.
1975.
At St. Vincent. Don't quote me on that. It was one of the 70, I want to say it's 72 or 75. But, having it come back and seeing the support we have, it's really exciting, because there's still people on campus that remember all of that stuff and moving forward. And so some of the leadership on campus is still there, too. So it's really important. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, all of us at the Westmoreland Sports Network, we love surprises and we love surprising our guests. So we thought it would only be fitting to invite former head coach Tom Harbert, Pennsylvania Hall of Fame coach. Come on up here, please, and join us.
There he is, the legend.
He is the legend. Again, Pennsylvania Hall of Famer, Southwestern Pennsylvania Hall of Famer. And I was reading your resume a little bit earlier, Coach. First off, welcome to our broadcast in the Westmoreland County Wrestling Kickoff Show. It's awesome to have a legend like yourself and the Harbert name up here joining us. But, boy, you just did it all. I mean, it wasn't just wrestling that you did out there at St. Vincent.
I did quite a bit. I just retired after 54 years up there. So I was involved with the wrestling. I was hired as probably one of the youngest college coaches in the nation. Right from Shippensburg, I was hired. And it was difficult recruiting at that time. But we eventually got tougher and tougher. I think our big goal was even knocking off Edinburgh at one time.
Wow.
And we went against very difficult teams. We wrestled against West Virginia University, Notre Dame, all those big ones. The competition makes you better. And
in life too, right?
That's my theory. But as I said, I coached wrestling for 8 years there before I was recruited to Greater Latrobe High School. And I started the men's varsity program, lacrosse, the women's varsity lacrosse, the women's cross country varsity, and the men's cross. So, and it's still going, and I'm happy about that. I did my part for the kids, and I'm very pleased that the programs are continuing and doing good. And I'm so happy with Dom coming in. I mean, he has the same philosophy that I had, and all the graduates that I had previously, and in all the sports, have done excellent out in the workforce. I mean, doctors, lawyers, teachers, amazing. St. Vincent puts out a great student.
Coach, are you still in touch with a lot of the alumni that you coached with wrestling, and are they excited about the reemergence of the program?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I sent a personal letter to all my previous athletes and friends to help restore some of the monetary values to get the program started. Great response, super response, unbelievable.
You spearheaded this reemergence, didn't you?
Well, this started 5 years ago. And I had Mike Moyer. He's the.
Yep.
Do you know Mike?
Yes.
Mike is with the National Wrestling Hall of Fame.
Federation, yep.
He's an executive there, and he came and gave a PowerPoint presentation, and we did this about 5 years ago, and I've been pushing, and finally it came to gestation here. So I'm happy about that.
Well, we're happy for you, too. You know, it probably was heartbreaking when wrestling was dropped, and to see it come back.
Well, you know, the thing was, I was pushing for scholarships for wrestling, and it was obviously very difficult because we were in the same room with BB players, and they were getting some change, and we got nothing, and we were wrestling big-time schools. So the town tried to recruit me, and I eventually went that way after my third attempt to get scholarships for the kids. And so I had a good ride there, and still involved with. I'm a director on the board of directors for the National Wrestling Hall of Fame, and on the directors for the Pennsylvania Sports Hall of Fame. So I'm still involved quite a bit, and my sons and grandkids, they're all into it. Matter of fact, I just got finished talking to Tad, and he started coaching the women's program at Spring Grove.
Great.
So he's doing the men's assistant and the ladies varsity.
Go ahead, G, and then I have a question.
So what type of advice would you give Dom, you know, starting this new program from?
Dom, we've talked so many times over coffee and everything, and his philosophy just matches up with mine. You know, he's after the student athlete. The mediocre student is a problem. I mean, you're constantly working with him to keep the grades up. And at St. Vincent, the acceptance procedure allows you to get top-rate students, so you don't have that issue. But still, you want to keep track to make sure they're doing their jobs. Mm-hmm. And you mentioned before going to sports, and Dom answered it correctly. That takes up so much time. So you might come to the point, what do you want to do? You want to do this or that because it takes so much time. You're a pre-med major. How can you do all this?
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Coach, how about the explosion of women's wrestling and what it's doing
Absolutely.
for men's?
Joe Stabilo, he's with us on a national level, and we're up to 83 women's high school programs as of right today. 120 colleges have women's programs now. So, and it's growing so fast.
Now that 83, that was in about a year, right? Maybe
83 was of this past week, but for some reason or other, the PIA wants 100 schools. I don't know why that number came up, because it's sanctioned in other states for way less than that.
Well, some sort of benchmark.
Yeah, but we're at 83 right now, and I think it's going to grow fast.
Good stuff. All right, guys. Hey, thank you so much. I mean, it's great having another higher ed institution with wrestling, and literally I'm 5 minutes from Seton Hill and I'm 5 minutes from St. Vincent's, so I'll be able to come catch us some college wrestling, and hopefully we'll be mat side for you guys next year. We look forward to it.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for having us. We appreciate it.
I'm so excited for the program, and thank you so much.
Coach, thank you for coming out. Coach Nania, thank you, and best of luck as you continue to build your program with Foundation Up.
Thank you.
That's the St. Vincent Bearcats. When we return, we will have the Mad Cats out of Latrobe. Keep it right here on the Westmoreland Sports Network.
Train hard, look good, feel better.
Come to the rehab center.
We get it. High school is tough. Life is tough. There's so much pressure from teachers, parents, and your peers. There's so much emphasis on your future, what you're going to do with yourself.
Sometimes it's easier to give in and drink a little, smoke a little, or take a little, but this stuff truly does have consequences.
If you can't handle high school, how are you going to handle prison? How are you going to handle being homeless?
Or how are you going to handle living your last days in a hospital?
So don't drink, smoke, or take drugs if you don't think you can handle the consequences or your family's disappointment.
The Manor Valley Golf Course in Export is proud to announce the opening of their new banquet facility. It's perfect for sports banquets, Christmas parties, and weddings. This new facility can hold up to 180 people, so if you have an event coming up, Manor Valley Golf Course can host it. Golfers, they specialize in league play, fundraising outings, and have great membership rates. Give them a call at 724-744-4242 or online at manorvalleygc.com.
Hi, Westmoreland sports fans. This is Al Gallardo, financial advisor with Lincoln Investment and longtime Westmoreland County resident. Whether it's a traditional or Roth IRA, 403B or 457 plan, mutual funds, ETFs, stocks, or bonds, I can help you navigate the markets and assist you in achieving all of your goals. Call me at 724-309-8337 or email me at agallardo@lincolninvestment.com and we'll get started together. Good luck to all of the area's athletes and coaches this season.
Back here at Manor Valley Golf Club as our coverage of the Westmoreland County Wrestling Kickoff Show continues with the Latrobe Wildcats, joined by head coach Mark Mears, Vinny Kilkeary, Corey Corio, and Nate Roth. Wildcats, welcome to our set. Coach, go ahead and pick up the mic there, and let's get to chatting about quick recap perhaps of last season to the postseason there, which was a bright one for you, your off-season training, and then your campaign, which began this weekend.
Well, last year couldn't have ended any better. I guess you could always say it can end better, but I think if you'd have said at the beginning of the year we were going to go to Hershey, have 4 kids, have a state champ, a second, a third, a sixth, and finish 4th in the state, 20 points out of a state title, we said we'll take that. So I think that's it's an attribute to the kids' hard work and their focus, because we went through quite the grind of a season last year. We're going to temper that back a little bit this year on how we do a few things to keep the fatigue maybe down. The off season was very good, but we were also rehabbing some injuries because of last season, and then we went straight into this season. I think the off season was more productive this year because you had more kids coming up in certain ages. They lifted them much harder in the summer, and that showed this weekend. Some of our second-tier guys wrestled very well at the Hickory tournament and won a lot of matches that I was pleasantly surprised. And like you said, we did open up this weekend, and I didn't wrestle Nate yet, obviously, but Corey was second, lost to the second-ranked kid in the nation in double overtime, so that's a tough performance right out of the gate. And
hey, Marky, that kid is pretty good. He's second in the nation. Sorry,
seventh.
Coach. Seventh
in the nation.
Yeah, okay.
So we're off and rolling, and we have a long way to go, but we like our chemistry of the team. We have great leadership with these guys, and Corey Held, our other captain, or Wyatt Held, our other captain, and I look forward to a different type of year. We have a tournament team on one aspect because we have a lot of talent, and 6 or 7 of our guys, to be honest, they've worked very hard in their careers. But we also have, with that tier of second wave guys now developing along as they are, a much different dual meet team where you're not just trading pins all the time. Now you have guys that can get through matches to help the guys that are leading the way.
Don't give up 6.
Right, we're excited.
Well, and I noticed that yesterday when I was following all the teams that were going to be here today just to see, and you could see those mid-level guys, they were winning some matches, and as well as I do, Coach, and everybody here that's involved in wrestling, tournaments aren't won in the winner's bracket. They're won on that back side, like who's going to grind all the way back through. You get that extra match, and if you can pick up some bonus, it's crucial.
Yeah, I always tell the team, the tournaments are won in the semifinals and the wrestlebacks. That's really where you're going to win your tournaments. It's going to separate the last top 3 teams. Who can grab 3rd instead of 6th? Who can grab the points are enough usually to do that.
Sure.
Coach, obviously having the season you did last year, 15-3, undefeated in your subsection, and unfortunately falling in the semifinals, 36-30. Did that leave a bad taste in your mouth? Obviously, and what are you telling your team now? Because you said, it's a different team, right?
Well, it left a really bad taste, to be honest, only because of how it happened.
I didn't mean to bring that up, guys, but...
Well, hey, we've addressed it.
The fans want to hear it.
Well, I said it in the newspaper. I said, this is the most focused group of young men that they understand what happened. And
just tore the duct tape right off, George.
And not Nate's here, and I'll be very honest. You don't want to say anything's because of something, but to lose Nate in the quarterfinals, and then you look at losing in the next match and then losing to Williamsport 36-30, it's like you always have to second guess if Nate's shoulder holds up, what's the outcome, and if Nate's there in March, what's our team outcome. He's a very talented wrestler, and I think that was a big part of, we're a public school, and I call us one deep. A lot of public schools, we don't recruit kids in, so when you have one of each weight at that level, it's tough to replace when you're on the fly. There's no question about it. But, as far as leaving a taste in our mouth, I don't know that it's so much a bad taste as a motivational taste. We realize, I think, how close we are and how close we can, but we got to stay healthy. That's the biggest thing.
Guys, let's switch it over to all of you. Vinny, guess we'll get started. Nice performance this past weekend. Didn't spend a lot of time out there on the mat. Go ahead.
No, I was sick all last week, so it was really just a question if I was going to wrestle this weekend. I had some stuff in my lungs, so I didn't know if I wanted to wrestle, but me and my dad talked, and me and him talked, and we're just like, man, just go out there, make it quick.
Yeah.
Just get it done with.
And you did.
Yeah. And I just wanted to get through the weekend, get the pins, and just get the season to start.
Yeah, break the ice and get after it. Well, congratulations.
Thank
Great
you.
win. Corey, tough one there in the finals. I was following it, and obviously watching arena, you can't see what's going on, but talk a little bit about a really great match against a really great wrestler.
Yeah, for sure. I just got to keep working to get to my attacks. It's still early in the season. I still get to get my wrestling haircut, so it's a little shaggy right now, but we're going to keep getting back to work.
Cut.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm gonna have to keep getting back to work and then focus in on the postseason. That's all that matters.
Nathan, I'm sure you're just itching. Oh, there's another mic there. Yeah. Nate, I'm sure you're just itching to get back on the mat. Talk about what's going on with you right now as you're rehabbing to get back out there.
Yeah, it's been a nice process. I just been doing a lot more things this year to just make my shoulders stronger and make sure I'm able to go the full time this year. So.
And they talk a little bit about, because is that 3 years that you've had to battle injury, right? I mean, talk a little bit about, how, getting through that adversity and, coming back. Like, what's that process been like?
A lot of it's, it's really mentally challenging just because, you just, want to wrestle so bad, but then, you get hurt again and it just keeps happening and just, you just got to push through it and keep going because, that first 2 months is, the worst thing ever. You're like, am I ever going to wrestle again? Because you're just laying on the couch in a sling and then just got to push through it. You just got to keep thinking good thoughts. So.
Well, you're one of the most exciting wrestlers I've ever gotten to watch, and it's a shame when you do get hurt because you're lightning out there. You're fun. You're exciting. Hell, sometimes you just go for broke.
Yeah.
And a lot of times it works out well for you. So, wish you a speedy recovery and get back out there. Guys, as you're all older now, senior. Nate, are you senior or junior? You're all seniors. Obviously, all the leadership's falling right on you guys. What's that like? Are there any kind of added pressure there, expectations?
I think that this year it's not more pressure. I feel like it's not, I don't want to say obligation, but it kind of is an obligation to push my teammates, my younger teammates, and teach them kind of what I know. I was at the Olympic Training Center 2 weeks ago, and I wanted to bring back stuff for the kids that are never going to get that experience. So I feel like that's in my part is more of bringing back stuff and bringing stuff into the room for the younger kids that are never going to experience that. And I think that is such a motivation to the kids to be able to push harder and try harder in practice.
Corey?
I think it's pretty exciting that we get to go out there and do it, help the team grow. Wrestling's a great sport. It's a fun sport, and us three, with help of coach, letting us a little leeway. We get practice to start off a fun way, and we continue it fun. And just, it's going to be a good year. It's a fun year. This team's fun.
You guys had some success out on the gridiron this year too, making the playoffs. It had been a while. You've got a new head coach over there. The translation from football to wrestling, was it very difficult? I don't assume so, because I believe you spent a lot of time on the mat in the off season.
Yeah, for sure. I was still wrestling in the off season. The wrestling season started a week earlier. In football, we went 2 weeks later, I guess, in terms of making 2 playoff games. But I have Coach Mears pushing me, Coach Snyder pushing me. So after football practice, I'm still going up wrestling or running. So I'm not there yet, but they help a lot getting me there. And these two help me too, pushing me in handball.
Well, speaking of being there, we have to congratulate you. 100 wins achieved yesterday. Yes, congratulations. That's a milestone in the greatest state in the country to have 100 wins. That was pretty exciting. So best of luck as you move forward. George.
So, Coach, I wanted to ask, what's the process with bringing Nate along, making sure that, you don't push him too quick, because when he's healthy, he's lights out. Like Chris said, he's an excited wrestler to watch. So what's that like? Sometimes, with wrestlers, you got to kind of hold them back sometimes.
Right. Well, and last year I think it was a little more difficult actually than this year. Nate and I've had a lot more discussions this year of how to do this. And the thing with Nate's injury is it's such that you can't just say, well, if you wrestle in Pirate, it could happen, because the kid that happened to last year, he was winning 13-3 and just pulled. So it's not necessarily this thing about has to be a good kid or a bad kid. It's just a feeling I think he and I have to have. And I thought with the Hickory tournament being moved up a week, that was pushing the envelope a little bit. I'd rather come back this weekend to Trinity Duels, work a few duels, then maybe the next week perhaps head to King of the Mountain type thing. And I haven't rolled in or out with Nate. We haven't even talked about Pirate or things. The thing I care about, I always care about my guys as people. I care that Nate has a chance in March to finally get what he's been chasing for 4 years. And I'm going to do everything I can to work with him, hold him back a little, explain things, and try to make that happen. And I think that's more important right now, that he gets his state medal than me worry about me beating a team.
Sure.
So,
hey, guys, thank you so much. Great job yesterday. Best of luck this season. I'm sure we'll have a number of Matt Side calls with you guys. That's the Latrobe Wildcats. Thanks to head coach Mark Mears, Vinny, Corey, and Nate. Coming up next, last but not least, the Hempfield Spartans and our very own Vince DeAugustine. Coming up next on the Westmoreland Sports Network. Keep it right here.
How do you define elite? At Elite Plumbing, Kitchens, and Baths in Latrobe, we define elite by offering the highest quality brands for kitchen and bathroom remodeling in Westmoreland County. Brands like Moen, Toto, and Cambria. Meet with one of our incredible designers who will help you choose a stunning cabinet design for your new kitchen or luxurious showers and bathtubs for your new bathroom. Call Elite Plumbing, Kitchens, and Baths for a free estimate at 724-205-6947 or visit our vast showroom in the Route 30 Plaza in Latrobe.
D'Annunzio's Italian Restaurants would like to express our sincere thanks to all of our loyal customers for their continued support dating back to our beginning in 1977. Since then, we've grown from our original location in Jeanette. We then added Monroeville in 1997 and expanded even further as we moved into the Arnold Palmer Regional Airport in Latrobe in 2004. It is our pleasure to provide our customers with the very best experience. We look forward to seeing you soon.
Dr. Scott Learn and his dental team have been caring for the community for over 20 years. Dr. Learn offers a wide variety of dental services, including oral exams, gingivitis treatments, crowns, veneers, and more. He even makes custom sports mouth guards. Call 724-537-3314 or visit scottelernDMD.com. Dr. Scott Learn General and Cosmetic Dentistry in Latrobe, giving you the confidence to enjoy your smile.
If your home, office, or rental property sustains water or fire damage, Service Master Complete Restoration by Stiffy is your go-to call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The Stiffy family's been serving the greater Pittsburgh area for over 32 years. ServiceMaster Complete Restoration by Stiffy features friendly, licensed professionals that are here to deliver peace of mind with a fast response, expert service, and guaranteed satisfaction. Contact ServiceMaster by Stiffy today at 724-834-8889 or ServiceMasterByStiffy.com.
Have you or someone you know committed to play a sport at the next level? Let us know by emailing info@westmorelandsports.com so we can add you to our WSN College Commitment page. Our unique page features a list of current Westmoreland County student athletes that have made a verbal or written commitment to play a sport in college. No matter what sport at what level, our College Commitment page has you covered. Check it out next time you visit westmorelandsports.com.
Back here on the Westmoreland Sports Network for our final interview segment of the evening, joined now by the Hempfield Spartans head coach Vince DiAugustine, Ethan Rupier-Lieben, and Lucas Capusta. And Vince just, we were having some off-air humor. He said, you know, I told him I'm dealing with a cold and I've been doing a lot of sanding on the walls in my man cave and I'm just filled with dust and very congested. He's like, I could hear you sniffling the whole way in. And I'm like, really? I had the mic down, so I have to apologize if you've been listening to that the whole night. Hey, guys, let's get right to it. Coach, got to say thank you for allowing us and hosting this event here. The food was great. Obviously, the venue is great. Big shout out to you. If you've never been here, you got to come out.
I grinded all morning.
Great environment. Yeah, he was out here grinding. What is that? Italian roast beef. Yeah, it's really good food. Coach, quick recap on the end of last season, the off-season training, and then the beginning of the campaign this year.
Yeah, we had a good. I mean, we finished, I think, 5th in the state last year as a team. Obviously, these two guys were state place winners, so you know, we were impressed with how we finished the year. Had some good off-season training, and then we rolled right into a tough tournament yesterday at Top Hat. So, you know, we're on schedule with where I think we need to be to make sure that we're competing hard at the end of the year.
You know, looking at your schedule this year, you know, still you get Powerade, you went to Top Hat, added Kiski duels, and then a couple non-section duels with Cannon Mac, Seneca Valley. Did you go out of your way to strengthen that schedule, get your kids battle tested for the postseason? Is that something that goes into it?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when they added a week, took a scrimmage away. You know, we kind of sat back with Jeff a little bit and tried to evaluate what we needed to do. And I thought, I mean, last year as a team dual meet season was pathetic. Absolutely, like the worst year I've ever had. I think we were 5-11. So we wanted to make sure that we were doing what we needed to do to toughen up that schedule. And if we were 5-11, at least we went down fighting. So we wanted to add those teams. You know, going to Top Hat, I think there was 8 of the 8 top 25 teams there. So again, that was a real tough challenge right out of the gate. Like you said, we're happy to bring in Cannon Mac and Seneca Valley and obviously Powerade. But even in our section alone with Connellsville and Latrobe, you know, in our side, and then we go over with Franklin, Penn Trafford, Norwin, Thomas Jefferson. So, you know, we're pretty satisfied. I'm satisfied with where our schedule's at to make these guys, you know, continue to get better, to continue to compete against better competition so that they're ready for the end of the year.
Guys, let's switch it over to you. Talk about the environment, the mood in the room right now.
You know, everyone loves being in the room right now. Everyone's working hard. We're just trying to do big things as a team this year and individually.
You guys have a good feeling after this weekend's performance as you move forward?
Yeah, I think everyone wrestled super tough this weekend. Some kids lost early, wrestled all the way back to third. Just good wrestling this weekend.
How about you, Root Beer?
I think the team performed well this week, and I think that there's been like a big environment change this year from the senior leaders. I think that we're doing a great job, and from last year we didn't have as much authority as we were juniors, but now that we can lead by example, it's going great. We have freshmen that look up to us that we expect big things out of this year.
Now, with the eyes on you guys as leaders, is that added pressure for you in the room every day?
No, I don't think so at all. I think it's just like we got to keep doing what we've been doing. It's just there's more eyes on us now that there's less older people.
And like you said, I'm glad you brought up the freshmen. Now that you guys are the leaders in the room, you guys had 2 freshmen with strong performances this weekend. That's got to make you guys feel good as the leaders, captains of the team, that the new incoming kids are pulling their weight as well.
Yep, it definitely feels nice. I remember being in those shoes one day, looking up to guys like Ethan Bergen and Ty Linsenbigler, and it feels nice to be the old kid in the situation. I think that those 2 guys did do great this weekend. They have big things. Their future's looking bright for the season, I think.
What's the plan after high school for you?
Well, I committed to Buck now, so I'll be attending there next year.
What are you studying?
Undecided yet.
Well, he's still smart. He's going to Buck now. What's your favorite subject in school?
I would have to say English.
English?
Yeah.
I don't hear that one often.
Yeah, not too often. How about you, Lucas? Plans after, what's your plan?
I'm not committed right now. I'm just trying to take my time, take all 5 official visits, and just make sure I make the right decision where I'm going to be for the next 4 or 5 years.
Your favorite subject?
Probably.
You're going to say gym, aren't you?
I already would
probably
gym.
Physical education, yeah.
Yeah, Coach Boring corrected us.
Oh, yeah, well, he would. He's a phys ed teacher. Guys, obviously very strong schedule this year. What events are you looking forward to? I know it's, next match mentality, don't look ahead, but Coach, starting with you all the way down, what's the big marquee event that you may have circled on your schedule?
I think this weekend was pretty important for us because it gave us an opportunity to compete against tough competition, and then we have 2 weeks to train, get ready for that the Kiski Duels. So we're looking forward to them. I think North Allegheny and Waynesburg's there as well. So going there, and then obviously we want to compete at a high level at Powerade. So we mixed in Canamac in there as well. So, I think our schedule is one where we can continue to look forward and not have have a week to where I don't want to say that we can take
it's
a
like
weekend
a lull.
off. Yeah, we don't have that at all. So we still have I think February 5th, February 8th, February 11th. We have some matches then too. So we were really careful on how we did the schedule, so that we didn't hit that lull. So we didn't hit that time where it's like, oh hey, we got to go and we have a couple crappy matches, a couple crappy duels, and then we have 3 weeks of practice. So honestly, I'm looking forward to every competition we have. But I was really looking forward to seeing how the guys competed this past weekend, and now we have 2 weeks to correct some mistakes, and we better come out firing pretty good at Kiski.
Go ahead, Lucas.
I was super excited for this tournament this past weekend too. I've heard a lot of great things about it, and I knew there was going to be a lot of tough kids down there. It was a good tournament to see where my conditioning was at and what I need to work on moving forward to, Kiski Duels, Powerade. But the big tournament I'm really looking forward to is Powerade. I really want to do well there this year.
Root beer?
I think I'm as well looking forward to going to Powerade. I think it's definitely going to be one of the hardest tournaments of the year for the high school season, and I'm definitely looking forward to Whitfields as well. Every wrestling fan knows that tournament's a meat grinder, so there's going to be a lot of good guys there. It's going to be a good performance out of everyone, so we'll see.
Vince, question for you. And I like asking this to guys that fit this mold. Me being one of them, I'm fortunate I coach a different sport than wrestling at the high school that I graduated from. Obviously, you love the sport of wrestling. You wouldn't do what you do if you didn't. Is it bittersweet, little extra special that you get to coach the high school team, the school you went to? You've gone through everything they went through at the school. Is it a little extra bittersweet for you to get to coach where you graduated from?
Yeah, it does. Obviously that you want to make the school proud of the school that you graduated from. But I also think it helps with name recognition with these guys showing maybe a little bit more respect for you as a coach when they know that you competed at a high level for the school that they're competing for too. So, once in a while we'll have talks about, I put that singlet on too, and you expect to conduct yourself in a certain way when you have that singlet on. So, it's awesome. I love being there. I love what our alumni have done, the base that we've grown with them, how they're doing, keeping up with them, and then I like bringing them in and talking to these guys as well. So, I will say that one of the things that Root Beer brought up, not related to your question at all. So I'm just going to go off on a little tangent if I can, but about leadership. These guys are doing a really good job of being leaders, and that's something that, sometimes you're a verbal leader, sometimes you're not a verbal leader, but these guys are both. The leadership that they bring verbally and the leadership they bring physically is really good. And I know I can probably speak for Coach Shaw. If we have something going on and we need to get the kids warmed up, we say, hey, Root Beer Lucas, we'll warm them up, and when we come in, they're not playing dodgeball or playing grab ass, so that's good.
That is good. No grab ass.
I probably could have went without saying that.
Hit the bleep word. That's all right. Root beer, and we're going to get to the root beer thing later because I got a lot of questions on that. But to you two, you walk into Hempfield Gym and you see all the former state champions on the wall. What, between now and March, what do each of you have to do to put your name up on that wall?
I think that to get to the top of the podium, that there's going to have to be a part of sacrifice that we're both willing to put in. We're going to have to give something up to get something that we both want, and might not know what that is now, but it's definitely going to be coming. We're going to have to put in that one little extra step that we didn't do last year to try and get to the top.
Yeah, I agree. I think just by doing the extra practices and extra workouts, even when you're tired or may not want to, just always pushing yourself because you're going to reach your goal if you're always working hard.
All right, good stuff, guys. That is the Hempfield Spartans. We want to wish you guys all the best. We love covering you. Love being Matt's side. Looking forward to see what this season brings.
Thank you, guys.
Once again, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome, man. You're welcome.
Yeah, everything's been great.
You guys are always welcome here.
That'll do it for our interviews. We'll be right back. Jeff and Marky and George and I will wrap this thing up, put a bow on it, and again, we'll be right back on the Westmoreland Sports Network. Thank you.
Your next golf adventure awaits at Manor Valley Golf Course in Export. Manor Valley offers 18 scenic holes over gentle sloping fairways and the purest putting surfaces around. Manor Valley Golf Course in Export is the perfect place to host your next golf outing, banquet party, or shower. Manor Valley also offers league play and great membership rates. Tee times available. Call 724-744-4242. Visit ManorValleyGC.com.
Smale Kia doesn't have time in this 30-second commercial to read all the great reviews about the all-new 2022 Kia Forte. Here's some of the highlights. Right now, get special low 1.9% APR for up to 60 months on the highly acclaimed 2022 Kia Forte. Shop our inventory or reserve your new Kia. 24/7 online at smalekia.com or Route 30 East Greensburg.
I've been young as a long time. I've been within the room with some really good guys in college now, and I'm excited to see them come back and help in some of the camps we're going to be going to.
I've been going to these camps my whole life. I've jumped levels. The stuff I learned there, I use every single day.
Back here on the Westmoreland Sports Network as we're going to wrap up our annual Westmoreland County Wrestling Kickoff Show along Marky K, Jeff Shaw, George Carter. I'm Smitty. Guys, I got to first off thank all of you for all of your hard work, dedication, all the homework that we have to do for these events. I also want to say thanks to Vinny D, Manor Valley Golf Club, and all of our sponsors, our producer and owner, Dan Flickinger, and Dave Oliverio making a cameo comeback. Making sure that we're staying on schedule. And Dave, you did a damn fine job because I believe we're ahead of schedule. Yes, you're damn right it is the first time ever. I won't go there. But, yeah, major thanks to Dave Oliveria making a trip up from West Virginia to join us for today's broadcast. And, all of our sponsors. And I have to say thank you to all of you out there, all of your kind words, your comments, your tweets, your emails, coming up to us in person, telling us what a great job that we do. We do it for the love of the sport, but your kids are the ones that make it easy for us to do. When you have the ability to call a caliber of competition that we do, it's easy. It really, truly is. And you have all these character coaches and kids come up here. And, we're just blessed to be in such an awesome place for high school wrestling and college wrestling as well. And I just want to say thanks to everybody who came out. But, again, over to you guys. Go ahead and closing comments.
Again, a great show. It was great talking to all the coaches, the wrestlers, getting their outlook on the season, off season, whatever it may be. Just thank you to everyone who tuned in. Thank you, Dan Flickinger, all you guys up here. It's my honor to be up here with you guys. I had a great time and looking forward to the wrestling season and seeing you guys down the road.
Yeah, definitely. Again, I said it in the beginning. I'll say it again. I'm fortunate. I'm blessed. I'm grateful to be a part of Westmoreland sports, and I'm also grateful enough to be a part of the Hempfield Spartan coaching staff. And I thank Coach DeAugustine for allowing me to do that, and also thank him for providing us the facility to bring all of you what we did today. I thank Ken Reby.
Oh, you stole my thunder. Me and Flick had a plan.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
No, that's
I'll
okay.
stop
Go
right
ahead.
there.
See
Then.
up there?
That?
There's Ken right there. WesternPASports.com. We had a plan. Go ahead.
Wouldn't be the first time I screwed things up, right? But no, thank you, fans. Please don't be strangers. You see us out there, come say hello. Let us put your face to the names, the tweets that you send out, and your gratitude for what we do. Please say hello.
Yeah, kind of piggybacking on what you've already said. It was another great kickoff show. It's always great to get to sit down and talk to some of the coaches, not only to kind of hear about some of the struggles that they're experiencing, but also kind of hear about the things that they're doing for these student athletes outside of the mat room, right? Because yes, we're covering and broadcasting wrestling, and it's the kickoff show for the wrestling season, but the big part is these athletes are student athletes first, right? They're in the classroom, they're getting the grades, they have bigger goals than just what they're obtaining on the mat, right? And that's always great to kind of hear the coaches and the athletes talk about that. I'm always excited for the kickoff for the season. Western Pennsylvania, has produced and will continue to produce top wrestlers, right? So always excited to be able to cover that. Cover those matches and obviously bring that to the viewers that may not be able to get out there into the gymnasiums and get to the matches. For the grandparents or the aunts and uncles that don't live in Pennsylvania, we're able to provide this service to them, and like you always say, free of charge, right? And a big shout out to all of our sponsors out there that are able to make this possible. And I'm really looking forward to this season and being able to cover some matches.
It's like Christmas Day.
It is.
It is, you know what I mean? And make sure you go give Ken a follow over at WesternPASports.com. I'm sure you heard all that. I don't know how many photos you took tonight, but 800. Good golly, Miss Molly. It was a lot of photos, so go check those out. I'm sure it'll take him a little time to go through, edit, and upload those, but please go check out all of his hard work. Again, to Vinny D, getting things wrapped up over there behind the bar. Dan Flickinger, Dave Oliverio, and for Marky Kaz, Jeff Shaw, George Carter, I am Smitty. For upcoming schedule, just WestmorelandSports.com or check us out on Twitter at WestmorelandSN. Until next time, take care of yourself. Take care of each other. Bye-bye.